Feeling fight, no escape. Every step closer seals your fate. In the shadow of the rising blaze, will you crumble or ignite the stage? The battle feels alive, blood and fire collide. You train for this moment, nowhere left to hide. Forge your destiny, let the sparks fly. Will you burn with the best or watch your dreams die? Welcome to the Illuvium Inferno, where the fearless call the name. This isn't just a game, it's a fight to claim the throne in eternal flame. In the Illuvium Inferno, can you stand the heat? Every move, every strike you bleed. Only champion survives, the weak won't stay alive in the Illuvium Inferno. Battered but unbroken, you rise again. In the gauntlet, where the pain never ends. Ashes fall, but you don't retreat. You're here to conquer, no defeat. The fire's in your veins, the storm rages wild. You've trained for this moment, nowhere left to hide. Forge your destiny, let the sparks fly. Will you burn with the best or watch your dreams die? Welcome to the Illuvium Inferno, where the fearless call the name. This isn't just a game, it's a fight to claim the throne in eternal flame. In the Illuvium Inferno, can you stand the heat? Every move, every strike you bleed. Only champion survives, the weak won't stay alive in the Illuvium Inferno. In the Illuvium Inferno, the blaze will call your name. Do you dare to fight? The Inferno's wrath burns bright. Only legends rise in the final light. In the Illuvium Inferno. In the Illuvium Inferno, the blaze will call your name. Do you dare to fight? The Inferno's wrath burns bright. Only legends rise in the final light. In the Illuvium Inferno.
Welcome back to yet another Illuvium Inferno. We had a killer round one with 8 really crazy lobbies. We've got Texan, Spoon, Fox Spirit, Sleeks, Luca, Zohan, Nefer, Balance. Oh, there's so many really great players in this $1,000 32-player tournament today. And we are entering round 2 right now. We're going to be watching the match where we've got Texan. Sorry, I think that's right. Yes, Texan, Patat, Zohan, Balance, Whitey, Slicks, Anubis, and Elnert are dishing it out in a best of 2 games to try and make it to the grand final. In the other lobby, we've got Spoon, Fox, Nefer, Luca, Zeros, Max Trade, Brew Crew, Furies, and Sota going crazy on the games. This is going to be great. I'm going to give commentary on all the games all the way through. And if you guys are new to the Illuvium Gauntlet, then this is a great place for you to learn some deeper strategy and understand really how to win this game. So let's jump straight into it. So we can see who we're spectating right now. We're spectating Whitey. I have no idea if this is laggy yet. Looks pretty good so far. We can see that Whitey has pulled off some early water synergies with the tier 0 alluvials. So making sure he sees what's coming up. He's picking up all the Grokkos, all the Flish. He's got a Doka there, mostly because it's water, but I don't know if he's going to be going for fighters here. I'm not entirely sure what the main meta is right now. I know Tempest is doing really well. There are a few others. Rogues used to be really good. I don't know how many people are still going deep into Rogues, though. I think Scions are fine, but I had trouble with them the other day. And it seems like Empaths and stuff like that are doing really well, but really a mix of alluvials. Things like Mystic, so where you have a Mystic Empath healing core and then some sort of frontline or backline core to dish out damage. So there's a lot of really great balanced compositions that are starting to come out of the tournaments nowadays. All right. I'm seeing a problem where the screen is in the corner, so I can't really watch it. I can watch it on the restream screen. I think it's fine. All right, if the audio and everything sounds good, let me know, guys. Should be all right. But yeah, okay. So what do we got here? He's got even more of a water core here. He's got the Water Volante on the board, 5 water. That's something I'm not really that aware of because there were a few balance changes recently, but it looks like getting that 5 synergy is really critical and probably better than getting like a 3 and a 2 or whatever. You do notice quite the spike when you jump from 3 to 5. And there's an even bigger spike from 5 to 7. So I definitely think that's probably a priority for a lot of players. Between the Ranger and level 6, you should be able to get 7 pretty consistently. So I could definitely see the value in that. He's going to go down to the double Atipo and stage 2 Volante. Whitey does not have a stage 2 yet, which is going to make his early game a little bit harder here. But that's okay. You know, remove that name tag. I can't even remember how to do it. Shift N. There we go. Okay, Zohan's running a similar thing. Everyone's trying to get the Grokkos, which is making it really hard for someone like Whitey, but he is going to start selling them off because I think he's just realized that it's going to be quite difficult for him to actually pull them off. But not many other players are going for Scions right now, as you can see. And so he might start going deeper into Scion territory and really pulling that off. It's really great, decent in the early game, even stronger in the late game. But it's transitioning between them, getting from early to late, where it's a little bit trickier to actually pull off those Scion builds. Just double checking I'm muted. Gotta make sure I'm muted here. He's got a Chuko in the back line. I guess Predator's always an good early game comp. I don't know if he's going to go deeper into it into the future or anything like that. He's getting his first Omega Power Augment. Definitely going to be leaning into that Scion sort of build, which is particularly good with water synergy, obviously. So there's always that as well. I didn't actually get to see what the links is. But right now, he's lose streaking. He's probably going to lean into that a little bit. He's getting really good gold here. He's on 40 very early on, thanks to that lose streak. And so he's probably going to go for a really big econ right at the start of this game and then push through later into the game using that. We see Zohan and Balance both on 100 HP because of the way the round robin works in the Gauntlet. There's a pretty good odds at this point they are going to come against each other at some point in the near future. And we'll see who actually manages to keep that win streak. Elnert, Texan, and Anubis all on 92 HP. Pretty even game there. And the back half here is probably all pretty even as well, I would suspect. Continuing the lose streak as he goes into the creep round, which is really helpful here. But he's not getting super lucky with his tier 1s just yet. Really having an Axon or a Caradulo right now would be really, really helpful. But Whitey's having a bit of bad luck. But this is where you really want to learn how this goes forward, right? Is you want to see how people take on bad RNG in the game, and then pivot away from that to make sure they get into a better position. This is one of the hardest parts of auto battler games in general, is this part of the gameplay. And something I struggle with a bit, but I've gotten better at it. And the better you get at it, the more often you come in top 4. I tell you, that's one of the bigger deciding factors. He's going to get his stage 2 Grokko, which is really valuable here. You need good tanks for Scion builds. Caradulo, absolutely huge here, and he did it all without sacking his econ, so really great position here. with the Caradullo, he's going to be able to keep his 5 water, which means he doesn't need that Doka anymore, and he can get the second Flish in for the 2 Scion. 2 Scion, 2 Bulwark, splitting up the Flish so they both don't get targeted by the exact same Flish beam, going through the entire team, that is. But the Gyro, the 3 Rogues here, I guess he put that Flish there to sack it, but really I'm surprised he didn't put like the Air Flish there, because the Water Flish is getting bonuses from his synergy, and the Nature Flish is at the front for Texan here. This is pretty tough. He's got good tanks and they're lasting a long time, but it doesn't seem to be quite long enough. Gyro is just really good as an early game rogue. And he's going to go down, got a lot more kills than he has in the past few rounds, and he's going to keep his lose streak as well. So it'll be really interesting to see at what point he chooses to level up. His next Illuvium to put in is definitely looking like it's going to be Axon, but he might actually rotate out some things so he keeps the 5 water and gets some more valuable Illuvials in there. I can work, but I would expect that a Volante or the Ranger weapon is the first thing to change. Pretty good spread there. Lifestorm is perfect for him because Scion build is, a lot of people don't realize, a lot of newer players don't realize, Scion build is really all about how long your tanks can last in battle. It's why Axon got nerfed so heavily, part of it. Yes, Revo. People knew what I meant. Yes, the stage 2, which is Revo. But really, if that Caradulox can last long enough, these Scions can whittle away at the enemy over time pretty consistently, I've found. Especially as you get to the late game, where things like Squiz and Alfie just like really dominate the longer the game goes on. The Volante is going to go on the Air Flish here, but Air Flish is going to gain Hyper off that and prevent the Hyper on the Volante. The Ranger weapon in the corner, which is really nice because then it drags it over. And you can see Caradulox is not going to die in this round. And he's going to start off a win streak, which means he's going to need to try and really keep winning. Patat having a little bit of trouble with this game, probably got some bad RNG, but let's see if he can come out of it again. Quant, you're welcome to join me on the camera, man.
Back to nothing.
This is really interesting. It looks like 2 major rogues here, both fire. Not going to do great against water, but still going to do a lot of damage if he can't protect his Scions. Grocco and the Ranger placement going to protect his Scions really well here. You can see all these hexes are all butted up right up against each other. Putting the Volante at the front, and he's going to get a level and actually go for 2 rogues. So we're seeing a big affinity here with the 7 water. We're seeing smaller class affinities, which is really interesting. But I'm loving the slapping on the board here, and he's definitely prioritizing that 7 water over anything else. But that 7 water is really good. It did get nerfed recently, so it's not nearly as good as it was before, but it's still a great synergy. All the 7 synergies are really quite good. You can see Alnert looks like he might have 7 Earth, or 5 Earth at least. Probably 5 Earth, sorry. But yeah, you can see that that's what players are prioritizing right now. It's great to learn this. I'm keen to actually play Gauntlet after.
I shall not be defeated. Bada bing, bada bye.
He's going to continue the win streak here. Whitey could take it. This is a pretty strong team. He just needs to get to those late game Scions and put them on the board and start rolling for them and get them as higher stages as he can. But obviously that's easier said than done. He's got the Riptor now. He can go for the Toxic Composite if he gets the stage 2 Riptor. Oh my god, that just gave me a crazy idea for a really fun graphic. Like, what if I did like a graphic where it shows like easiest to hardest composites to achieve in the game? That'd be so much fun. All right, I'm gonna put that on my to-do list. Would you guys like that? I think that would be a great graphic. It helps so many beginners. I can make a whole video out of it. Oh, I'm all over it. I can't wait. Okay. So, Grocko going to take that out. Ranger doing really, really well. These Scions dishing out crazy good damage here. The 2 Scion really helping. And Caladulok's basically unkillable at this point. It's going to be really hard to take that thing down until we get into the mid-game. That's the thing with some of these legendary augments is in the early game, something like a Life Storm is pretty incredible, really hard to break. The Thorns one is really good too, and some Illuvials as well. Like an Axodon, you just cannot break it in the early game. But you get to the mid to the late game, the augments don't necessarily fall off, but they're definitely not as impactful as they can be against an early game composition. It does make me think maybe augments should scale over time. Like, I don't know how you would work that into the game, and I think some of their upcoming features actually have elements of this, which is really cool. It's something that, what game's doing it? Civilization did this, where they had a big snowballing effect. And we don't need to get rid of snowballing in auto battles or anything like that. But at the same time, there's definitely opportunity where like an augment maybe only can appear in the first 12 rounds because it's very much an early game augment, and some augments are reserved for the late games. And it helps you fix up some of the balancing of that because some augments are just like, they're not like OP compared to other augments, but they're definitely significantly stronger in your first 10 rounds. And because of win streaking, that's a pretty big advantage. So I'd like to see that get updated and adjusted. But I think it's the balance is really good right now. But it'd be really interesting to see that sort of dynamic progression with these sorts of items in the game. And I think they're going to be doing that. I'm looking forward to seeing these changes come into effect. Taron was saying on the download yesterday that he's hoping for... he's looking like that first big update is hopefully going to come in the first week of Feb. I know he said that there's some big UI upgrades coming. I'm looking forward to them. I don't know what they look like, but I'm looking forward to them. I think the affinity and class chart, there's some really cool stuff you could do with that from a UI perspective. But the big thing is things like weapons and stuff all needs upgrades. And even the shop maybe should come back down to 5 items in some way, shape, or form. But yeah. Riptor going in here. Atlas at the back. He's going to pull off 9 water on round... Is that round 13? Am I imagining things here? Holy crap. For anyone who doesn't know Whitey has won many of the early game tournaments in Illuvium. He's always been a very profound player, and I haven't seen him much, or that's probably just me, but I haven't seen him heaps and heaps in the past few tournaments and stuff like that, or haven't been paying attention that much, but he is a very talented player. That is crazy. The dash is actually beating Riptorus to a certain extent in the backline there. Tier 4 Stage 1 versus a Tier 3 Stage 2 with the composite synergy. No wonder they had to nerf the Thylacine line. Holy crap, I'm not using that Illuvial enough. That is a strong Illuvial. It's also got the slap, and the 2 rogue is going to help. They're going to get pretty good damage off there. The dash is also becoming untargetable pretty often, and the water helps a lot here as well. So really great stuff there.
Back to nothing.
Surprised he bought a fiery. He's going to get back to 20 gold here. He did sack his economy a little bit to really get this synergy, this composition online, but now he has a lot of opportunity to push it. Oh, I guess fiery is Scion, right? I didn't even think about that. He's completely sacked his economy for that flood. I don't know if it's worth it, personally. Like, I'm definitely not a better player than Whitey, but at the same time, he should have seen from this opposing team that he definitely could have won this round. The only advantage to rolling down early and getting your pieces is if you think a lot of other players are going for something like a flood, then you want to pick up those pieces as early as you can. But at the same time, I'm not convinced. He had the easy win here. Even looking at the bench, you could tell that you definitely had the easy win here against Texan. So It's quite surprising that he did that to me, but his team is definitely a lot better now, and I'll see at some point he might focus on economy, but maybe he just won't at any point. Maybe he doesn't need to. The ranger weapon is really good here too. He still doesn't have an axe on, by the looks of it, which is quite funny. I guess he kind of needs to roll for the Axon before he can level up again, but at the same time, it might be a little bit too late. It's going to be really hard for him to find that last Atlas here. We're really fortunate without rolling to get the rake up online. There's a lot of earth and fire starting to fill up the other players' board, so this water comp is going to do very, very well. Takes him look like one of the main players going for air, and so if he gets knocked out, he's Whitey's going to have a bit of an easier time. Not seeing any players still on 100 HP, which is really good to see from a tournament like this. You definitely don't want any sort of blowout, but yeah, this is looking like it's going to be a really interesting game. I wonder if I can turn up the volume of the... There we go. Is it a bit too loud now? Okay. That should be better. Alright, you guys will need to tell me if it's too loud now. Damn, this team is just so hard to take down now with that flood. Healing up all the Illuviums. You can see Caradulox's health going absolutely crazy. And Lifestorm will actually be dealing extra damage to opponents through the flood heals. That Gorilla just cannot break through. Anubis is going to drop down a spot here. This is getting real interesting, but Whitey looks like he's got first place. I don't know what Balance's team looks like. Oh wait, we can see it now. Balance also has a bit of air happening here. He's got the Dust online, got 2 Ramthies on the board, a handful of Rogues on the bench. He's going pretty hard into Rogue comp, which is not bad against the water if he didn't have such a good Caradulox here. It's going to be interesting, but I don't know if Balance's team will be enough to take out Whitey, but it's a very good comp, especially if you get Ramfight online, which is going to help him take out the rest of the competition, but he's going to need to really pick up some big air alluvials to stop this. And it's a bit too late for him to pull off Kukarath, Tempest, and things like that. So we're going to see how this plays out. He does look like he's going for Spore, which I think would actually help quite a bit. He doesn't have it yet. He needs a few more Vermies. Does he have Vermi at all? Yeah, he has Verminio right there. And he needs the stage 2 ranger weapon. I don't think he has it right now, but he will need that. Damn, I underestimated this team. It's doing quite well. The air's going hyper is giving him a really big edge here against Caradulox, but the Lifestorm Flood combo is a bit too much. Going to slowly whittle them down. Once they go down, he does not have quite enough damage. Rampy doing a whole lot more damage with regular attacks than I thought it would. Ooh, Rampy going to take him out. It's going to be close. I spoke too soon. It's going to be very, very close. If you get that ram fight, it's going to do heaps more damage since Whitey has no choice but to stack things deep into the corner here. Losing that win streak right into the creep round is really unlucky for Whitey here. Well, not unlucky. I mean, he could have either won or lost that battle, but at the same time, it's going to cost him a bit of gold here, and he's sacked his economy. I don't know what Balance's economy looks like, but Whitey's in a little bit of a tough spot here. He can use the creep rounds to get back into the game in terms of eco, but I don't know. He gets 25 gold from that round.
Back to nothing.
I think he just needs a few more alluvials to build out the tank side of the team composition. Spore chip is crazy. Initial refund on Omega. Healing reduction. And that last one. Axon coming out is great here. We need a like select box where we can just like drag across the screen, select a bunch of alluvials, and move them all as a big unit. I don't know if that'll eventually come. It sounds like a coder's nightmare, to be honest, but I would like that to come eventually. The thing that's happening with this comp now is he's got the 9 water online, but really how good... His alluvials are all pretty good on their own, but really how well are they synergizing? Like, he's got the 3 bulwark, 2 scion, 2 rogue, but those probably aren't granting him that many benefits. Axodon from Patat. Patat's on 6 HP, but this team is monstrous. Axodon, Forest. Oh my god, took so much health damage early to get all the gold he needed. Probably leveled up to Oblivion. Well, got the Axodon, probably leveled up to Oblivion and then start putting in work. I think there's a stage 3 monk here as well. The problem with being this low in HP is Patat cannot afford to lose one more game. That being said, he got his team online just in time. That thing is monstrous. You don't even need synergies when you have that many stage 3s against so many stage 2s. Zerhan got the Goliath on board. Squiz in the back. Maybe he'll get his Octius this round. He really, really needs it. Ember Bastion, which is really interesting. Ranger weapon for this comp here. And no Verdant quite yet. He needs more Archies, which I don't think is going to come up. Ooh, getting the Sinelf online for Whitey is really huge here. He's also getting closer and closer to Umbre. Who did he take off the board? Oh, he swapped out the other Flish, right? No. Yes, he swapped out the other Flish. Sorry, I'm going crazy. Very, very cool. Oh, he swapped him out a while ago. Alfie untouched right now. Flood being a really great distraction on both teams. Zerhan's Flood is going to go down though. With all the energy recovery, this Alfie is going to be casting a lot. Going to take down the Octius. That was a big piece for him. The other Alfie though is going to get it. Doing good damage, but the Alfie's going to get his Omega off too soon there. And Whitey's going to go down and yet another round. Really close heat. We've got a lot of players sitting between 5 and 20 HP. This is going to be tough for those bottom 5, 6. Balance looks like he's probably securing top 2 here. Slick's quite possibly as well. Texan getting, I think it looks like he's got Tempest online here. Tempest is a fantastic composition to go against Scions and Water, obviously. The air beating them out really, really nicely. He's probably, doesn't look like he's got the Spore weapon. It looks like he's got the Bow, which is going to help him get that Tempest. Very interesting here. Got the Stage 3 TB Ruko. Giving shock if he can get a Swizz on the board. And Gazotep. So many stage 3 air alluvials going up against a water composition. They've all gone hyper here. That Mammoth getting a big heal from Communal Regrowth. Sinelf doing pretty good damage, but don't know if it's enough. Axon getting thrown into the team, dragging them all in there. Kukaraf unstoppable right now. Gazotep unkillable. It's going to continuously blind that Rake, preventing the Rake from doing anything meaningful. You can see this is what happens when you don't have an economy. It makes it really hard to come into the late game here. Patat doing really, really well. Whitey and Zerhan hanging on by a thread now. Patat unfortunately going to get knocked out and going to go into last place. Wow, that's really unfortunate. We can just see some of these other teams are just looking really, really good all of a sudden. I don't know what happened. Just something happened. Like Anubis even has a Gyro. Gyro got a full rogue comp online. A lot of stage 3 rogues here. I got the Quinks that looks like they're swapped from before. Texan had the, I think it was Texan. Texan had the Revo and Gazetep, and Anubis has the Quinks and Gyro. Anubis being in a slightly better position because that Gazetep is going to be really easy to find if Texan goes down, but not necessarily the other way around for the Gyro. No stage 3 Kangaroo there, though. Why are you doing good damage with that Sin Elf? But the Gorilla is on it, cleaning up the back line. You can't be letting that happen. Gorilla's really great at moving to exactly the target it needs. It's doing insane amounts of damage. I've never seen anything like it. Looks like Whitey is probably going to be coming in 7th here after a really hard fought match. We're going to switch over to, let's switch over to Balance. Balance got 7 Rogue, 2 Predator. Still seems to be pretty popular nowadays. A wide range of affinities, unlike Whitey there, but really hard into the class. Looks like it's a bit hard to get both going at once, which makes perfect sense. But people look like they're definitely trying to get at least 7 of a given synergy, especially as they head into the late game. Got no sound from this one. But let's have a look at this team. We got double ram fight on the board, which is really fun. Stabbin, of course. Chuko in the back line, pretty close to a Chukundi. Revo on the back burner in case he needs it, decides to level up. Pretty good economy going as well for someone who's in first place right now. Although he's hard rolling now for some really big pieces. Has no win streak. I'm a little surprised. I don't know, but I guess level 9 is probably pretty unimportant here. Did he sell a ram fight? Guys, tell me, am I crazy? Did he sell one of his ram fights? Oh, no, he got a ram fire, sorry. I'm so dumb. Wow, ram fire with 2 really good Omega Power augments. Holy crap, this thing is going to shred. I have to see this. 3 or 4 hits to take down the Twine. Let's see when it goes in the air. Not the best Omega from it, but pretty solid. It's going to cast twice. Oh, it's going to go down here. He was stuck on the outside, unlike the rest of his team that was on the inside. Ramfire was in quite possibly the worst possible position out of his entire team. Really unfortunate. Dare I say unlucky, but this player's no better how to go around that. Unable to get the Rage Mantle, he would have to sell both Chuko, which is definitely not worth it. Might actually make sense to lock his shop, but he's going to go for that Rage Mantle. He's got the Slashin' online now, which should really help. I love the Vanguard synergy. Zerhan's on 1 HP and has been for quite some time, really hanging in there, playing a really great game right now. Oh, they're all locked in. I'm really bad at these interactions, so I definitely can't judge, but they're all locked in, the Ramfire at least. Not bad, though. It's in a great spot for an Omega here. Holy crap, the double Omega is going to completely knock his opponent out of the game. So much damage. That Gyro is a threat, though. The Gyro is going to go... sorry, not. I meant the Gorilla is going to go down. Gyro doing good damage too, but that double Ramfire Omega in like the perfect positioning that game. Absolutely crazy. Zerhan is going to be knocked down here with a really big modifier, minus 15. Hey, boyo, how's it going, mate? Ramfire doing great work here in a great position again. He's going to double cast, not doing much damage. He's around all the tanks. They're not taking much from him. Revo took some damage, but it wasn't quite enough. He's going to get knocked out. Holy crap. Exactly 0 HP. Really unlucky. Although this battle's still going, and it looks like Anubis is going to drop just below balance here. Luckily for balance. And that means that Texan is going to take game 1 here. Really crazy. Absolutely crazy compositions. We've got the pretty basic air comp. We've had a stage 3 Mammoth somewhere else, but the Tempest is just so good right now. TB Ruko and Octius going to form that Shock composition. Shock is probably my favorite composite right now that isn't like Arcanite or Magma. Shock is really, really solid. It's doing so much damage. As they get set up to game 2, I will jump around a little bit. Yeah, absolutely crazy. We've got Texan, Balance, Anubis, Zohan, Slicks, Elnert, Whitey, and Petart. Petart, they all had a really crazy game. I loved Whitey and Petart's comps. And even though they came in the bottom 2 on that game, which is really unlucky for them, but I definitely think they can pull out a win here and still come through to win through here. So should be interesting right now. Texan in the lead. I'm going to start entering the second game's things and we can see how they go. They're almost starting their second game right now. If you guys are enjoying the stream, let me know. Driving back home for work, yeah, I feel it. I usually listen to like really long form stuff when I'm driving. That's for sure. Looking to try and find another audiobook I might like to listen to though. Really keen on that. Maybe one of those life coach ones first, and then something like sci-fi or whatever. Maybe fantasy. I kind of want to read like some of the OG stuff, like either like the Harry Potter series audiobooks or uh, like Lord of the Rings or something. Lord of the Rings was a book first, wasn't it? Yeah, Lord of the Rings and Hobbit were books. They are jumping into the game now. We are going to spectate Texan to start and see really how he plays the game out. Here we go.
Bada bing, bada bye.
All right, looks like we're good to go. Early nature online. Rogue weapon for the ranger. I'm going to start locking game 2, but it looks like we had Furies come in first, Nefa second. Completely different comps here. The nature looks like it did pretty well here. Good Rogues on second comp. And then we've got Tempest coming in third here with Soda, Xerox coming in fourth, Fox Spirit, Spoon, Luca, and Brew Crew rounding out the bottom half of that as well. Looks like they did really well here. I'm going to quickly enter that while you guys watch this game, but yeah. Brew Crew really needs to come in with the first, and so does Batat. Whitey and Luca could really use a top 2 position as well. Tippo at the back throwing his little orb. Doing just his little bit of damage that he does. We love it. Helps the team stay alive. There's so many gorilla clones on the board right now. Like, I can't, it's absolutely crazy.
Be defeated.
The early empath weapon coming out from Alnerd here. Probably going for that Mystic. It's going to be interesting. We have Rai on the board. Some pretty good fire synergy coming up now, despite starting off with the nature. Fire is my favorite synergy. You guys probably could have assumed that. I don't think that's any kind of secret.
You're too much of a waste for space. I shall not be defeated.
Texan spending some early gold here to get his level online, so that when things pop up in the shop, they're not like all crappy tier zeros or anything like that. Getting the ace up. He's definitely going for some sort of fire comp in the future here. Two Bulwark online. The Chuko and the Rai holding up the fire backline here, but yeah, he really needs to get them to stage 2 to have them make extra meaningful impact. Patat, a little bit unlucky with this start. He's got a lot of stage 1 tier zeros, but I'm sure he's banking up that econ like he did last game. He basically doesn't have any tier 1s except for that Atlas on his bench. Texan collecting some nature weapons right now. Definitely more valuable than the earth ones he has right now, since he can get the nature synergy online alongside Grocco. I could see the nature shield being really good here, giving him an additional bulwark and the nature synergy for the regen, but hard to say what he's going to do. Getting Chukul up. Ooh, and getting T-Ruo up. Now he's got 4 fire. Really needs a fire weapon to come up in the shop. He's got so much. Texan has so much early game damage here. This win streak is going to be really hard to break. Anubis has a lot of HP and still getting stomped a bit here. His tank is nature, which is definitely not going to help. Riptor's doing pretty well. He's really stuck on that Grocco though, so he can't move past it despite being hyper. He's going to go hyper now, but it's just too late. He eventually broke through the tanks, but the tanks are just a little bit too strong. With the nature there and the bulwarks, it's just too much to handle. Swapping it out for the nature rogue. I guess rogue is good here. He's got Chukul and T-Ruo online, so he's got 3 rogues. Probably going to go for a 4th at some stage. Going to the creep round with a 4 win streak is just about the best possible position you could be in. I mean, he's on max health, so what can you say? Really good econ as well. Texan could take out another first place here. He's playing a really good game so far. Whitey and Batat at the bottom again, but we saw that they managed to use that really, really well, and the heat got more and more even as time went on. And no one else is on a complete win streak here. He's going to come up against Balance. Pretty good tanks from Balance. He's got an early Scarabok in the front. He's got the Kling and Heady at the back there, and a Flish and Tatapy. But the Tatapy is not stage 2 The Ranger just has the air gauntlet. I don't know if he's going to be able to handle this, especially the two backline fire rogues are going to go ham on this nature backline. Balance probably just trying to conserve HP here. Really great board swap though. You'd love to see it. It's going to save him a lot more HP than he would have otherwise. No Gorilla to maneuver onto those Flish. But between the Doka and the Chukul, they're just doing so much damage. Scarabok's going to take a while to go down. Flish doing a lot of damage there. Tatapi couldn't quite get that Omega off, which is really unlucky. Well played from Balance. He's definitely not out of it yet. He's gonna be coming back. He's gonna be coming back stronger than ever. Board wide stun, or blind, sorry. Board wide blind is definitely a good option here. I think Sentinel Shockwave could have been really cool, but he definitely wants... This is definitely good, like especially if he pulls off like a Ramfire and stuff later. It's really, really helpful. Because sometimes the Ramfire is like, I'm about to Omega, but you're about to kill me, but if I can like blind you all right before I Omega, I get to guarantee that cast, which I think is really good here. So, that might be an element of his decision making. That's kind of what I'm thinking about, but I don't know. Am I going to play? No, I'm hosting, so I cannot participate. I wish I could do both, but I don't think that's going to happen. One of the problems being if I'm playing my game and then I lose, then I'm going to watch someone else afterwards. And so I'm going to manage all that, so it'd be a little bit tricky, but yeah. Damn, Whitey killing it. Also got a fire comp, but with the fiery and the ace. Ace does damage now all of a sudden, which you love to see. He's got 7 fire on the board. You can see just the impact that has. And he's got the Riley. Texan's got a really good general composition, but he does not have that many stage 2s on yet. For example, no Riley. We can now see why he has no Artes. Knocking out that win streak is going to be really valuable. Petart doing really well in the middle of the pack there. Anubis came 3rd last round. He can't really afford to come too bottom in the pack. He needs to come top 4 if he can. Slicks came 5th and definitely needs to do well here. Surprised he still has the fire a Tipo on the bench, but what are you going to do? He definitely needs to activate some better Bulwark type things for his team. I appreciate it, Gronche, that's how you pronounce it. You remember the theme song? Yes, this is the Illuvium Inferno 15. I'm looking forward to playing in tournaments, but I don't have the time to do the qualifiers, so I can't really play in them yet. But if Illuvium hosts Leviathan tournaments and stuff, I'm looking forward to giving that a shot. Right, the baby stage 1 doing pretty good damage here. Gorilla moving around, but that Grocko is not going to die. It is just not going to die. He's bounced between win and lose streaks now. He really needs to try and get win streak online, but it's going to be really tricky. Honestly, TB Ruko is like underrated. We saw him do insane work on Texas team last round. If he can get that up again, it's going to be really devastating. Grocko for the win. Gronche gets it. Grocko OP. Slicks' comp is like hard empath, and he's 2nd right now. This thing does not look menacing to me, but clearly I'm missing something. I can't see what Alluvial's in the back corner. But at the same time, I want to say this is going to be hard to break, but Texan's got fire. He just got Riley. But there's another fire on the board here too. I think it was Balance or someone. I don't know. I feel like this is going to shock me. I feel like these empaths are not going to die. Caradulo on the bench here. Surely he's put it in this round. Would make a big difference if he did. Nope. They're taking huge damage here. The back corner is a fiery. It's going to take out that ace before it casts again. Doing even more damage, but the wall was not quite enough here. That fiery is going to go down. I don't know why that looked more menacing than... I don't know why that, like... I don't know how he was on such high HP with that, but I guess it's really hard to break through empaths in the first 10-15 rounds, but this is really the stage where people are starting to get their DPS up and running. Vitality Veil is an interesting call. I believe that makes you untargetable and regen a bunch of health and energy. I wonder who he's going to give it to. Selling the Grocco. He's got 7 fire now, 3 rogue, 2 fighter. Great overall composition already. He's got ace, doesn't have a fiery yet. That would give him 2 scion if he gets it. Pulling himself up to 70 gold, just so he can grab that extra gold from the end of the round. 2 win streak is going to give him a little bit extra. He's going to go to 83. Plenty of room for rolling here. It's a great tank for the team. And Flare is a great second tank for the team there. Putting the tank augments on to the Flare here. No, he's putting the board wide blind onto Rye. I like it. Getting surprisingly close to a Rye Lu is the final one. He's got Artes now, doesn't have the time to put it in. I don't know if Artes is necessarily better than Ramfy, but he definitely wants to get it in the near future. He might be looking for levels now. He's almost got enough items to get 9 fire. He just hasn't found a fiery. That would be one of the core fire alluvials he needs. Tiru going down. The Scion doing really well here. Does anyone else have that thing where, like, you're watching the game, you see who wins or loses, and then the waiting for battles pops up in the corner, and now you don't even remember who it was you actually battled against? I hate that. It's so annoying. Did he just sell something? What did he sell? Was it a Doka? No space left for the fiery. It is going to be hard to get the Railu. Very good call here. He's so close to that Chikundi. Jukundi is really good because it would give him the wildfire from the Blotto. Or the Crunk, sorry. Yeah, from the Crunk. I get those two mixed up, like which one comes first. Oh, these back corner comps are really hard to break through. Decent DPS, but not quite enough. The tanks aren't tanky enough either. If you can get this Singe happening soon, it's going to really help. Rampy doing a lot of damage to those backlines, though, so he needs that third Rampy. Attack speed reduction is going to make the tanks tankier. We know that for sure. Or is that the one that does damage to enemies? I thought I read attack speed reduction, but that's okay. There it is. There's Chukul. Had to do a few rolls, but not too bad. Sorry, Chukundi. He really needs some levels, though. But it's good to see how these players roll for the Stage 3 Alluvials. That's something that's really hard for me to do sometimes. But they're definitely experts at it. One of the biggest things, you got to make sure you're rolling down the thing when you've got a lot of variety on your bench. Rampy going up. Damn. Doing good work there. Rampy did a lot of damage. 7 fire is going to help with that. It's so weird seeing a koala be so active. Because koalas are just like lazy as shit. They sleep like 23 hours a day, I'm pretty sure. Ridiculous. But Chukundi, he doesn't sleep. He blinds you, but he doesn't sleep. Selling the flare is crazy here. Am I crazy for thinking that? This is why I'm not a pro player. He's losing the 7 fire. Just so he can get Crunk in. I don't see how that's better. Like, he gets the wildfire. I mean, damage-wise, it's probably better overall with the wildfire. He's got probably better tank, but he's having enough trouble finding flare. Is selling it really the answer? Let him cook. I'll let him cook, Gronche, but this is interesting. Pretty sure he lost 7 fire. Yeah. Ooh, Ace gonna cast right before death. Opposing Ace gonna get in a really good position, especially for that meteor. Chukundi doing a lot of damage. You can see them all lit up with wildfire. Okay, wildfire was definitely the priority. He had no other way to get it besides getting rid of the 7 fire. And I guess he didn't want to sack his econ yet. I can see. Definitely would have done better than if he didn't have the 2 wildfire. Damn, being on the 1 lose streak for this round is not fun. That's okay. He's going to get a lot of mastery points here, I think. Is a tricky spot, because if he levels up, it's going to be really hard for him to get the tier 1s. Looks like he sold them and already given up on it, but that's fine. Energy, Steal, or Invulnerability look like the 2 key winners here. Hey, he's going to find that flare. I was wondering if he was going to get another fire. Doesn't look like he's going to push for the Ramfire at all. See, this is what I mean, is you get the Chukundi and the Riley, right? So you get the Chukundi, then you have the Blotto, and so you've got Wildfire and a lot of fire and stuff like that. And then the Riley has Templar, and so if you start to get Blazer Knight online, Blazer Knight activates both Templar and Wildfire, and he would have 3 Wildfire because he got Chukundi, which is much harder to get than something like a Blazer Knight. So if he gets a Blazer Knight online later, it's going to make him absolutely unbeatable. Like, those synergies all comboed together is going to do a lot of work. He's got pretty good augments to support it as well. But he's seen, that's the only Fern he's seen all game. So it doesn't seem extremely likely that he's going to be able to pull that. Second Art Ace is good. Second Blotto. Second Fern. He's definitely going for things other players aren't necessarily going deep into. Another ace is coming out. Second last ace he needs. He's considering the Ramfy now. I'm surprised he's not picking up the Rye. He has 2 Ryleys, so I thought he could go back for it now that he's evolved his Flare into a Singe. The Wildfire, look at it pick up KOs left, right, and center. Everything gets lit up. It spreads on kill, I believe it is. And with the 7 fire, he's got enough firepower to kill things quickly. Even the front line. Was that an emote with the maniacal laugh? That's funny. It's an Arcanite TNT with a crazy one of the huge attack speed augments on the Firiox. There's a crazy Arcanite setup from Slicks here. It's a really great tanks at the front with Goliath and Caradulo. Oh my god. This is mental. Oh, the ram fight. Gonna get just enough damage off. Vitality Veil probably putting in so much work there. It's not quite enough. You gotta kill that. It looks like he's got 3 Arcanite. Because he's got the Boomerang. Oh my god. And he's got Arcos to help heal up his backline Arcanite abusers. That is a crazy composition. I still think Texan can beat it. But he does kind of desperately need that Blazer Knight now. It's going to be a tricky one. Alnert coming in last here. He came 6th last game, so it looks like this might be the end of Elnert's run in today's tournament. Balance has a Fur Knight and the Blotto. Texan really needs Balance to get knocked out. This is a pivotal match for him because if he knocks out Balance, pretty much all the Alluvials he's struggling to find, he will be able to acquire right afterwards. Or soon afterwards. It looks like this is his main competition right now. Balance is on 3 HP. He has every opportunity to take him out. I don't know how he's going to break Blotto. If Blotto's onto Ramfight, he's going to have a lot of trouble. But if Ramfight can get to the backline, I think he'll have a much better time. Double Twine couldn't quite pull off the Null. Really unfortunate for Balance there. He's got 1 Cling on the bench. T-Ruo going down straight away. Ramfight getting some damage off, not quite enough. Artes making it to the back line. Ramfight not taking any damage himself, though, which is crucial. Some of the tanks are starting to fall now. Doesn't look like Balance really has enough DPS. Artes is going down, but Ramfight still on half HP. Doing good damage. Probably going to miss the Arcalion, sorry. Fur Knight and Arcalion at the back doing good work. Chukundi with the Wildfire shredding them. Ramfight going down before the final cast. Oh, and Chukundi as well. Balance lives to see another day here. Anubis coming in at 7th. Came 3rd before. Still a slight chance to come in with enough points, but it's looking unlikely. Very, very close. The Fur Knight stuns are just so good. So you need to try and kill that thing quickly, which is quite difficult. But yeah, he did need more DPS on the opponent's side, but had just enough to take it. We'll see. I think this is anyone's game still. Very close. Batat currently in 3rd. Slicks in 1st. They both need to perform well here. Whitey, unfortunately, also really needs to do well. Texan doesn't. Texan's pretty much guaranteed his position in the grand final at this point, to be quite frank. But obviously, a double win would be really cool. He's 1 away from Blotto. Honestly, he could just wait around and see what happens with Balance. He's ditched every chance of going for Fern. Guess he doesn't see it as worth it. He's 1 off Monarch. He's 1 off Rylu as well. Arte's not going to be able to make it. Zerhan's Comp, unstoppable. Oh my damage. He's got Enchanter online. Fantastic counter any sort of rogue composition. Ramfight not in a bad position. Gonna get charmed out of the Omega. Good damage, but not quite enough. Getting charmed out of that Omega was just... Oh, that was so rough. Otherwise, TNT would have gone down there. He's still with a chance. That charm is really unfortunate. Balance still in it. Whitey going down here. Probably going to knock him out of the competition, unfortunately. Boom. Blotto's coming online. And Monarch. Does Monarch grant him Inferno? He definitely has Phantom now. I think Monarch gives him Inferno. Wait. Does anyone remember? I always forget. Chukundi's going to heal a little bit on cast. That Augment Monarch is going to really help it not die before it casts its first Omega. And he's got the Vitality Veil on Ram Fight to achieve the same thing. No, so he's got Phantom and he does not have Inferno. The opposing Forest is Phantom. And doing absolutely crazy work. Holy crap. Oh, so much damage coming out from Ram Fight. Oh, the Phantom at work there. Really unlucky for Batat, but he's still in it. He can definitely come through and win this. Balance going down to 5th. Zohan at 4th, sorry. Zohan coming 4th 2 games in a row. Gonna put him at 10 points. Good position so far. Balance on 11. Likely enough to get him through, but we'll see. Actually, I think it is enough to get him through. There you go. I still really think Texans should have gone for that Blazonite. Ooh, Monarch. So much damage from that Monarch Omega. Holy crap. It's not quite enough, but oh my god. I'm glad they buffed the Moth. He's so much fun to use. Batat's going to come in 3rd here. Slicks and Texan definitely guaranteeing this place in the finals. Batat looks like he's not quite going to make it. Needed a slightly better position than that. Anubis and Texan are both on 8. I think they get knocked out. I think our final placements are determined here. Oh, wait. Texan's the one currently playing. This is going to be interesting. I don't think Anubis is going to make it. But it looks like it's going to be Balance, Zohan, Texan, and Slicks. Let's see how this game plays out, though. Slicks has the Rip Lance out. Triple Arcanite. Going to be hard to beat. But if that Monarch can get to the back line... Oh, he's been distracted by the Rip Lance. No! That's so much damage. That's going to be GG. Oh my god. The Arcanite even went on the Fernite in the end there. That's going to be hard to come away from. That's going to be so tough. Great comp from Texan, though. Absolutely love to see it. Fantastic match we just watched right there. Just going to double check the scores quickly. All right. We're just waiting for the second lobby to wrap up. They're a little bit behind us. I'm going to go get a drink of water, have a short break. We'll be back with the grand finals very, very soon. Yeah, that was crazy. So we're seeing like a wide range of different compositions really function here, but it's hard to say what's working the best. It's very clear that getting a big composite online tends to perform really, really well. Like in that last game, for example, our top two were a 3 Arcanite. Obviously, that's very hard to get, but they managed. 3 Arcanite, and on Texan side, we had 2 Wildfire, which is really, really big, but also 2 Phantom, which is really hard to acquire as well. So some of the really big composites come online, and they're really impactful in driving the game. In the past games, we even had like Tempest, I think, won one of those rounds and things like that. So it's very clear that a big composite synergy coming online is doing really, really big work. Let's grab a screenshot and have a look at it, for example. Okay, let's have a look at this. Let's see if I can bring it on screen. Add image. I've never tried it this way before in Restream. What the hell did that do? Oh, it worked. Okay, so I think you guys can see it says uploading. Okay, so at the top here, we can see that Furies had a Behemoth chip alongside Jotun, which is a really late game composition. Without a chip, you basically need Jotun and Seer, which are really hard to get. They're both very popular alluvials. But we can also see that he had Toxic running as well, and various other things. And on from Nefer's point of view, we have double Slayer in the Umbre and Gyro. We have double Predator in the Gorilla and Chukul. And then we've got, I don't think that's Spore. No, I think it could be Spore. Yes, that is Spore. He's got Spore online as well with Adorido and Vermilier. So 3 huge composites all up at the exact same time. And even in third place, we could see that we've got Kukaraf, Revo, Matmut, some really fantastic alluvials. No Spore here. He's got Shock, though. Shock's one of the best synergies in the game. You can see once you get something like that, it does really good work. And so that's one of the key aspects of this high-level gameplay is you want to hit your late game comp needs something meaningful like that to really work. Let's have a look at another one. Okay, so this next one we've got up here is Slicks has a really great team here with triple Arcanite. So he's got the stage 2 weapon, Fireox, and the Arcanite chip on Fernite. 2 Arcanites, not as good as 3, as one of the big things that came in the recent balance patch, but 3 is pretty incredible. We can see from Texan here, we've got a lot of stage 3 alluvials, which definitely helps, but we've got Phantom, and we've got Wildfire up as well. Both really difficult synergies to get up and running. If you had 3 of them, that'd have been even better. But I mean, you're still very, very solid. And the 7 Fire is obviously really good as well. We're seeing a lot of like linear relationships with the basic synergies here. Whereas for Batat, quite a good comp. He had Bloom up and running, of course. He didn't have Toxic, it doesn't look like. It doesn't look like he has really anything else major. I think that is Tsunami, though. He's got Tsunami up between Axodon and Flood, which is really fantastic as well. So, like, what you're seeing here is this guy's probably like, okay, I got Lalura, Phosphorus, Forest isn't too hard to get. I can definitely get that Bloom. Or I've got Axodon. Let's get that Flood. That's a really easy second piece to achieve. Let's go for it. A lot more difficult for Texan. He got some really hard comps, but he got Chukundi first. Was like, I'm definitely going for Blotto. That's just too strong. And then Slicks definitely saw the Arcanite chip and was like all in Arcanite, right? So you've really got to play to what it gives you, but you've also got to try and make sure you get into those late game outcomes. Looks like we've got the second final screenshot for... We've got the second screenshot for the second lobby. We've got Fox Spirit coming in first. Brew Crew, Furies, Max Trade, Nefer, Soda, Luca, and then Spoon coming in there and for a final score. It looks like no tiebreakers today, which is good. I don't like tiebreakers. They feel kind of bad. No tiebreakers today, but it looks like Fury's coming in first on 14 points. Fox Spirit on 12. Nefer on 11 and Max Trade on 10 points with Soda just behind on 9. Brew Crew on 8. Doing really, really well here. Brew Crew coming second in that second game. First wouldn't have saved him, unfortunately, but Soda really, if he came a little bit higher, it would have helped so much for him. I'm going to post this in the chat so we can get ready. There we go. Just adding in Okay, it looks like everyone is here now, except for Soda for some reason, although he didn't make the final, so that's okay. For anyone who's not aware, we are going to be doing checkmate format. Very, very simple. The point system works the exact same way. Once you get 12 points, I believe it's 12. If the rules say something different, correct me, but I'm pretty sure it's 12. Once you get 12 points, you enter check. After that, you cannot do it on the game you enter check. After that, you need to win a game to take the tournament, and then we go to second, third, fourth based on the final point tallies. Very, very simple. Let's jump into it. For this game, it will be Furies, Fox Spirit, Nefer, Xerox or Max Trade, Texan, Slicks, Balance, and Zohan. All right. Oh, you guys are all ready to go. Let's run it. Good luck, guys. Okay, Slick's opening up with the double water. Absolutely mental. No, I'm sorry, that's just classic. But like me, yeah, he just buys everything in the shot. I think most players do that. That's basically the structure of round one. Whoops.
Don't forget to mute Discord.
Okay, all good. So, I should be muted now. Okay. So we got the stage 2 Flish, which is really pretty good. Double Gorilla, Sanguine Plating on the board, but not worth it. He's got 10 gold, so he's going to save it up for that extra gold next round. But he's one of the best players in the competition, so I really want to see how he plays this out. Also, his stream looks really good, so I'm loving that. Double Doker and Gorilla. Ended up spending a lot of gold. Leveled up, got the Ace on the board. Ace used to be really crap, but I'm actually loving it lately. It does surprising amounts of damage, but really being able to fly to across the map to the other side of the board is quite powerful. Ace is going to take out that Ranger. Not enough for him to win, but still good stuff. Ox Spirit's going to knock out Slicks on this first game, which I think he's happy about. These two have been coming first and second in a lot of tournaments lately, so there's definitely no love lost between them. Let's put it that way. Ooh, good damage from the triple Scion on online early with two Bulwarks and an Augment I don't recognize. Might be the Shield Breaker one, but hard to say. Doesn't have heaps of gold, but definitely going for an early game win streak is always pretty valuable. It's actually going to give you more net gold than interest is. It's going well, Crypto Quick Chat. Oh, you sent that message ages ago, didn't you? Ah, not too bad. It's going well, Crypto Quick Chat. We're into the grand finals now. This is our final 8, battling it out for the prize. It's going to be interesting. Damn, going full hyper with these Earth Alluvials right now. I don't know if he would have won without that, but it's really helpful. He's got the Water Volante at the back as well. Taking out Max Trade there. Predator Pounce is always such a good augment. Or I think it is. Photon Ripper might be better. It definitely really depends on what he's thinking about, what his late game is going to be. Bounce is a little bit better, I think, on Rogue. Our Water Scion sort of build that's coming out early on here. It's got 4 water, not got the 5 yet. Give me some damage augments to Fleesh. Don't sleep on Fleesh. Need some water. Really strong early game comp here. He does need to get that 3rd Caribou, which would really help a lot. 3rd Doka might help a bit. It just help him get more water. His econ's looking pretty good, but he might be looking for the next level here soon. He doesn't really have room for another Alluvial. He moves quick, I tell you that much. Getting the squeeze. I love that. He's getting the 3 Scion with the water rifle. Selling off the rotors. Definitely agree with that. I don't know how they fit to what he was working towards. But definitely fun to hold them because a lot of people like to go for them early, so you can slow that down as well. He's got 5 water now. See, there's no more Atlas on the board. Oh no, sorry, it's Axon right at the front. Fantastic augment to put on Axon. I think that's the Grit and Resolve one. Makes it so much harder to take out, especially from a backline of Scions like he's fighting right now. Getting the shield up so early that Axon is not going to die. Volante putting in good work here. His backline suffering though. Slick's backline, I mean. Ranger weapon not doing quite enough damage, but this Axon... Oh, right, that's the one that gives him a shield on Omega. Best augment for Axon in the game. The shield is going to be doing damage. Are they going to be able to break through it before it explodes? Oh, no, I think it did do damage here. He's got it up again. Going to take the Volante Omega, though. Oh, it exploded. Not quite enough, though. He is going to take the L on that round. He's boxing them in. I thought he might want to distract that ace. I don't know what's going to happen here. Full water versus full fire, though. He has a pretty serious advantage against Texan's team right now. Texan running down fire again. And it worked pretty well for him last time. Really, this game, this first round is really about trying to come top 3. Top 1 is obviously going to be really helpful going into round 2, but top 3 is really the priority. That's how I see it, at least. I can't believe the fire managed to pull that off. That's crazy. Oh, you love to see it. Sometimes you just really don't know what to expect from this game, and that's one of the best parts. Surprised Squiz hasn't entered the field yet. Between Squiz and Fiery, he could get 5 Scion. Really hard without the leveling up, though. Double Harbinger. So the stage 2 weapon gives Harbinger. That's really good. I can't remember if Harbinger's changed, though, what it does. I know it changed a bit, but I can't remember in what way. I think it grants Omega power when they drop below a certain threshold and when they die. And it gives them benefits as well. Does anyone remember how the new Harbinger works? I'm blanking on it. Oh, that shield is so gross. If he can get Tsunami on that Axon, it's going to be like unkillable. Or if he gets Thorns on it, that would be even better. Doing a lot of damage. Ebb's helping. Double Omega from Squiz here. Going to take out the back line, but the 2 tanks. Oh, that final Squiz cast didn't quite go off. Caradullo can't get to this. Pretty good damage from the Ranger, though. I don't know if it soaked up all the Harbinger Omega power. Maybe got some. Full loss streak is not bad for this round, though. He might as well lean into it at this point. He's not losing a whole lot of HP each round. He can probably stack up Econ, loss streak, gold, and do really good things. Doesn't look like he has any intent to get a second shock Squeeze is still good in a Scion team regardless, but I do love Shock. Unfortunately, he doesn't have Caradulo yet. Hasn't pulled up a Rifter either. Arcos is interesting. He really loves the empath sitting in front of a backline Scions. I guess it's probably a pretty good counter to opposing Scions, since they can get healed up after each round of burst damage. Fox Spirit and Nefer holding up the top, 95 and 91 HP, balance on 87. This top 3 is a crazy heat right now. Zerhen and Tex having a bit of trouble down the bottom here, but we'll see it flatten out soon. Caradulo added to the team makes the frontline tanks much, much better. He's got the AoE damage augment on Axon now. Way more threatening now. Not only does it shield for crazy amounts, but you're taking damage if you keep hitting it. But only anyone right next to it. Oh my god, that shield is getting bigger. And the Arcos is healing it behind the shield. That is crazy. Why is the shield getting bigger? Oh, because he's granted himself... I think he got a mega power from the Ranger going down. That's so funny. AM. Sky, man. I got up at 6:30 AM. I got like 5 hours of sleep because I had to announce who made the qualifiers at like 1 AM or whatever. Plus, I've gotten 4 hours of sleep every night this week. It's been a tough week. It's been a tough week. Plus, I haven't had an energy drink in months and months. I'm trying to not have that stuff anymore. If I had a Red Bull right now, I would be doing really good stuff. Ooh, does he take the Scoriox? Surely. I guess he could strategically wait till the very end of the round and he gets all the payout and then buy it. Or you can just buy it now. You just stop the energy drinks. Yeah, like, I've gone through a few different phases of my health kicks so far. Cutting out all sugar and stuff like that. But now my main strategy is avoid sugary drinks, sodas, that sort of stuff. I want to get back into alcohol a little bit, like whiskey and stuff. But besides that, I pretty much just have water. That's my main thing. And I feel better. I feel better than ever. Between the Flood, Axon, and Harbinger, that Axon's going to be so hard to kill. Like, he's got the 25% chance for a tier 1 roll now, but like, what are the odds he goes for Axodon? That thing would be unkillable with his current setup. And deal damage to enemies nearby. Flood going down early. Needs it for the heals, but it's going to go down. Axon's around a lot of enemies, so doing a lot of damage. His shield exploded, but he still gets to keep the shield from the augment. He just survived too long. Balance is going to go down this round. Fire and Squeeze holding up the DPS well now. The Axon's done 7k damage on its own. Holy crap. Turning a tank into a DPS. Ridiculous. I'm trying to find the balance patch that says all the stuff about that Harbinger. It looks like it gains resistance when it casts its Omega. Alongside the previous benefit, which is crazy.
I shall not be defeated.
Max Trade going out on exactly 0 HP in round 1. Damn, really unlucky. Oh, the 7 water is going to help him cast more often as well. And if he gets that Axodon, he gets Tsunami. That thing will be unkillable. I've seen it before in a game. Like a Tsunami Axodon with some crazy augments. Freaking destroyed me.
Bada bing, bada bye.
Sentinel Shockwave on Dash. Interesting choice since it goes untargetable so often, but I guess it's the lone rogue, and so it's probably going to be pretty heavily targeted, generally speaking. He's got Berserker up. No, not Berserker up. He needs Riplance for that. But he's got the Stage 3, the Exalted Monkia. Big, looks like a Relentless Terralix. And Riptorus on. Loving Fury's team here. Heavy fighters. If he can get that Riplance, he's not that close yet, but if he can get that Riplance, it's going to be absolutely insane. It's going to be hard, though, because I don't think... Because Slicks even has a Riptorus, and I don't think he's the only one. The Caudulox is really cool, though. One of the best-looking Illuvials visually, by far. Axon actually taking a lot of damage nowadays as we head into late game. The Monkia has the attack speed augment. Holy crap. He just deleted those Illuvials. Oh my god. Absolutely deleted them off the face of the earth right there. Ooh, Octius now. Yeah, I definitely think that's the right call. He's splitting the focus between 2 tanks, spreading out his Scions a bit so that they're a little bit harder to pinpoint. With Scoriox and Octius sitting closer to the middle, because those are the safest positions, especially when you're up against another Scion type team. Don't know what's happening with his game audio right now. Ooh, Scoriox is still alive. Not going to go well for Fox Spirit here. Ooh, Scoriox is down. Big hits from Octius. Ooh, and Alfie going to take it out. Slicks and Fox Spirit both going for a somewhat of a Scion build. It's going to be interesting. All right, I need to quickly go to the bathroom. Be back in a sec. Hexen got knocked out while I was at the bathroom. Interesting. Ooh, slashing from balance. Got dust up as well. And maybe Predator? I can't see if he has a Chukul. I'd have to assume he does. Yep, there it is. He's got Predator as well. Quite possibly Spore. I don't know what stage the weapon is. It doesn't really show it in the UI from here. Damn, crazy damage from Octius. Otherwise he would have lost. Flood, good healing. Axon going down. It's not lasting into the late game all that well. Octius putting in absolute work. Scoriox doing good work too. Slashing hits hard though. Untargetable. Giving it just enough time to take out Scoriox. Oh, he's getting the shield. Who won? Oh, Balance won that. Damn, that slashing is insane. Zerhun's still in it. Slix's team is falling off a little bit.
You're too much of a waste for space.
He did just get the Sin Elf. That would have turned the tide against balances for sure. Going for that Umbra. I don't know. I really don't know how much Rip Lance actually helps him here, but it must. I mean, it's a good alluvial. He's not getting any bonus synergies from it without Greater Monkia, but you know, who am I to judge? It's a good alluvial, does a lot of damage. Good against a lot of the counter. It's a good tank killer, which he kind of needs because tanks definitely annoy Scions to no end. Going up against Furies again, and he's crazy Berserker comp. Although, with no Berserker yet. Nope, he just got Rip Lance. Berserker is online. Exalted Monkia is getting... doesn't have the attack speed augment anymore. No one does. Maybe he's put it off to the side for now. Looks like he's probably got Berserker on the... No, the weapon needs, I think, stage 3. Holy damage. I think Furies are going to take this one. He's shredding through the opposing composition. Got the augment that boosts attack speed as well. These 3 augments are not huge game changers for Slicks, unfortunately. Bloodhunter is not bad. Gives him some healing. Getting the Umbro. Could be the difference between 3rd and 4th. I don't think he's getting top 2. Umbra is particularly good against Fox's team, though. As long as he doesn't run into, like, Flood. He should be able to pick up some big kills on the Scions. Goliath with the Granite in the front. He wants to avoid going for that TNT first, because it also has Granite, so it will be invulnerable for something like 4 or 5 seconds. Fernite is scary, but as long as he redirects it to Flood, he should be okay. He's close to Blazonite. I wonder if Fox got it. Nope, not quite. But he did switch them around, so he's going to get the perfect Fernite Omegas onto the Ranger here. Caradulo went down really, really fast. The Sin Elf is targeting the wrong thing. But the Umbra is cleaning up at the back just too much here. Brute Strength, Lix has taken him down this round.
Back to nothing.
Sorry about that, guys. Okay. Blood taking the beam like a champ. Sinnoh doing good damage. Zerhan's team is good. Gilling up the Harbinger. The DPS on both sides is pretty much cooked. Big Omega from Goliath though. Oh, Umbra is still alive. I didn't even notice that. Just took a meteor. Oh, but Zerhan's team is going to last just too long, and Slicks is going to go down. Fox Spirit's not going to go down as much. Look at this. 2 Verdant, 3 Nature, 2 Toxic, 2 Earth, 7 Fighter, 2 Colossus, 2 Berserker, and 2 Bulwark. And he's not even like that far off of getting 3 Berserker. Not that he needs it. This is an interesting round though, because if he manages to take out balance here, he could give Zerhan the chance to get second when maybe he just kind of RNG'd that way. Null taking all the heat from the rogues. Do pretty well. Verdant helping keep it alive. When that ram fight eventually Omegas, it's gonna hurt. It's got double ram fight. The Jokul's trying. Rip Lance attacking so fast now. There's going to be a lot of damage. Putting him on 1 HP. Zerhan won his round though. He's close to a Jotun. This is what happens when you're doing a comp that no one else is running at the same time. This is literally the outcome, and we're seeing it firsthand right now. God damn it. Can't believe you got Colossus as well. By the way, I'm pretty biased to this team. Fighters is my favorite composition, generally speaking. I mean, Arcanite overall, but fighters in general. And I love Verdant. Could you imagine if someone actually lost to that round? Like through a misclick or something? That'd be pretty funny. Jotun on the board. What does he even search for now? Railu? He could level up, or he could have, and throw the second Riley on the board just for shits. Oh, he goes for the Phosphorus. Absolutely he does. Grants attack speed to a Jotun. That's what you love to see. Looks like Balance and Zerhan are probably playing up against each other. Which is good. You kind of want the game to be decided that way. Much more interesting. Balance's Ramfire has jumped on the back line. It's now a Ramfire. Singe doing great work, taking out the Quinks with its Omega, one of the best ways to take out a Quinks. Ramfire casting, not the biggest area there. Got to go down really fast to Scoriox. He's got the full Magma online. Slash and surprisingly hard to take out, but once it gets targeted, it is over. Balance is going to get dropped by Zohan. It looked like it was Fury's game, but the Scoriox Magma setup is pretty good. He's got Flood in there as well. A Dorido at the back. I don't know. I don't think he's got Mystic. He's gone for Null, but Fury's has it, so I don't think it's actually possible to get another one. Oh, I think Phosphorus seals the deal. The Scoriox has the attack speed augment as well, so it might be able to become too strong. He has no big backline stuns. Or Null has, I think, a slight stun. It's taking damage, though. I don't actually know what's hitting it. It might be Phosphorus just shooting through. It looks like it is. The healers are keeping it up and running, though. Phosphorus eventually going to go down. Can't break the heals. Oh, and Zohan's actually going to take first in round 1 of the competition. They're almost ready to go. We'll jump into it in just a minute. yeah, Zohan survived like 10 rounds on 1 HP. Unstoppable. Absolutely crazy. You better get to work, Crypto Quick Chat. I appreciate you stopping by. Have a good one, mate. How's it going, Spaninator? Everything going well, I hope? Just tuned in, Sped. We're in the grand final right now. The first game was pretty crazy. We had Zohan take it out. He was on 1 health for like 10 rounds, like Crypto Quick Chat said. And then Furies in second, Balance in third, Fox in fourth, and Slicks, Nefa, Texan, and Max Trade. They're just about to get into round 2 of the grand final. And yeah, it's been a really good series so far. So looking forward to it. Looks like we're entering in game 2. Good luck, everyone. Oh, he's getting the stage 2 Doka off rip. Very lucky for, I think we're watching Zohan right now. Yep, very lucky. Triple fighter on the board. What I love when you can pull it off is when you get like 5 fighter on round 3 sometimes. More like round 4 or 5. That's so much fun. He's got 4 fighters now, 3 air, 2 water. Nefer and Zerhan still on max HP. Like, this doesn't seem like much because we're right at the start of the game, but getting this early win streak going really for a really long time can give you a pretty serious advantage later on in the match. Riptor. Surely he swaps that in for Rhoda. Oh, or the Grocco. Either one works. He gets to keep 3 air. Five fighter online on round 5. That's what you want to see. Pretty lucky for him to find the Riptor, but it worked out. Getting rid of the Atlas. Oh, the Flish doing actually some pretty good damage. Big attack from the Ranger, but it is not enough. Ooh. 2 more games minimum sped. Possibly 3 will happen. But 2 minimum. I think I'm actually getting sick. Lining them all up in the front. See, I'm learning so much from these players. That is not how I typically do it, but it makes sense because you spread the damage amongst them all, and they really should all win their own individual 1v1s. Because the 5 fighter synergy is the best 1v1 synergy in the game. Your empath synergy is less so about that, your bulwark less so. But yeah. Fighters are the balanced archetype. Equal amounts offense and equal amounts defense. Putting them all at the back now. Oh, I guess because he has a lot of rogues. Same sort of strategy, but for the rogues, I suppose. Yeah, you definitely don't want them to be let going free. The Rotor, I wonder what it'll end up targeting. Probably the Axon here. Lure is a good early game alluvial to have for Nefer. All the fighters going on that Atlas, for the most part, but he clumped them up so that some of the fighters will get left behind, making sure they targeted rogues. Alright, this is a bit laggy. We're not going to watch Zerhan anymore. Let's watch like Balance or something. Oh, Balance lost that round to Max Trade. With the comeback, Max Trade came last in round 1. So definitely needs a good win here. Wow, insane heat here. Lifestorm and Redoubt. Oh, wait, Redoubt's not the one I'm thinking of. Yeah, Lifestorm for sure would be killer on the Caradulo. Oh, this one's a bit laggy too. I like Nevis comp. 4 rogues and the 2 tanks at the front. Both stage 1 though. Really unfortunate for him and his RNG. I think every alluvial stage 1. It's rough. This one's like looks like it's low res. Let's find a different one. We could watch Slicks, but we watched him last round. We'd always watch Fox. See how they play this game from the bottom, how they play to come back, and things like that. Fox, not too bad with RNG. Got the 2 stage 1 rogues, stage 2 gorilla, and Lynx, which I think looks like a Scion Lynx, an Arcane Lynx, and the stage 2 Flish. We're not seeing a whole lot of Scions besides Fox, and it looks like Furies, so maybe a good chance. Getting the Exalted Gorilla online is crazy. Oh my god. Not a whole lot of econ, but it's round 10. Definitely plenty of time to make it up. Oh, the beam going straight through to the Mammoth. Exalted Gorilla is dying. I don't know how, but he went down. Oh, the baby kangaroo couldn't quite take it out. That is surprising, but I think the Ranger actually did a lot of work here from Fury. See, the problem with the Exalted Monkeys is you kind of need to go for all of them if you want the Mud synergy, which is hard enough. I was wrong. It looks like it's a Virtuous Nature Lynx. And so, despite their general raw talent, obviously, you're not gaining a whole lot in the way of composite synergies, which is one of the things we talked about is a defining trait for these top teams. Although, I just noticed on the side here, Fox has a shock augment. Oh my god. He just needs to find Squiz. All you need to do is attach shock augment to something that survives for a long time. A Virtuous Lynx is a pretty good candidate if he doesn't use it to tank, which he is right now. He's on the 6th loss streak, probably giving him pretty good gold income right now. Winning around here, like, obviously you want to win rounds. That means you don't lose HP. But at the same time, if he wins one, he needs to start winning consistently, or it might do a little bit more harm than good. Arcos is really interesting on the bench. Between the Virtuous Lynx and Arcos, though, I think it's pretty cool. Definitely a bit of a nature call for me. Oh my god, he's gonna get the Arcalion. There's it. There's another Archie. He won't have time to get Arcalion this round, so he's gonna wait a round. Double empath nature in the front line is what you want to see. Although you want them targeting the Lynx, not the Arcos. So it didn't quite work out for him. The Lynx healing is pretty good. It was broken once upon a time and they had to rebalance it. Definitely not broken right now as far as I could tell, but still pretty strong as long as the Lynx isn't the one being targeted. I can see its value behind some big attacks. That's the beauty of it all. If he gets Arcalion, then it opens up for the Twine Verdant, and that thing will be indestructible in front of the Floral Lynx and the Arcalion. A lot of Alluvials coming out here. He's 2 away from TB Ruko. He's 1 away from Railu. He's 3 away from Chukundi. The big 3 fire tier 1 Alluvials. Cool, gonna go down pretty quickly. Got a pretty good blind off though. Arcos and Floral Lynx healing each other. Taking a little bit of heat, but they're not doing a whole lot of damage. That Axon is pretty tough in the front line here. I don't even think Communal Regrowth has been set off. Now it goes. Although Gorilla having a stage 3 does help a lot right now. They both have the Floral Lynx. I didn't even think that was possible. Unless Slix's one wasn't the Floral Lynx, it was just a regular Lynx. Dunno. He's 1 off TB Ruko now. He's playing a lot of odds to try and get these stage 3s. And I guess we're going to find out in about a round's time whether it paid off. It's worth noting that if he gets TB Ruko or he gets Railu, he gets Shock. Okay, and he has the Shock Augment. So it'd be pretty critical for him to be able to get that. He's got maybe, if he keeps losing, maybe 2 rounds. He could lose on the next round if he doesn't get it. He probably survives at least one more. Gorilla being heavily distracted by Karajulox. No, not Gorilla, sorry, the other one. Too cool. The healing core is just not doing enough without several empaths, without a proper tank. It's surprisingly frail. Honestly, that does shock me, but the empath shield is really, he needs that. He's got a tiny one right now. There we go. He gets one. We'll see if he forgets to put on the shock augment. Nope. He's been waiting for it. Giving the healing to the Railu because he needs it to stay alive for shock to take its full effect. I'm surprised he's not putting the Arcalion a little bit behind the links, but at the same time, you do need to try and divide the damage amongst them at least a little bit. And if he gets TB Ruko, he gets 3 shock, which is probably ridiculously good. A lot of these 3 composites are just so strong. Oh my god, he's got a Gyro Quinks Dust combo. Dust is not going to save him from shock, but Railu is going down first. The last thing he needs right now. Stunned out of the Omega for Arcalion. And again, shock is no longer active. He needs to take out a few things so he doesn't drop here. I think he's on 13 HP? Yeah, 13 HP. He's even 1. Ooh, he killed just enough stuff with his rogues. But that positioning of Railu cost him. Yeah, he changed his mind. The Lynx is much more survivable. Chances are he rolls next turn for TB Ruko. If he doesn't find it, he's in a bit of trouble. He just needs 1. This reminds me of that guy with the shock in Slay the Spire. All the bolts go off out of nowhere. Right. Yeah, I think Meteoric is much better for his survivability. That's for sure. Boom! He actually gets it. He gets 3 shock up. He's leveled up. He has to move the links. There we go. No major rogue threats this time. Yeah. He should take this against Zerhan. The 1 HP comeback. Oh my god. The shock's doing pretty good work here. It is reducing their energy resistance, but that doesn't really benefit Fox's team. But he's doing good damage. He's got a lot of stage 3s too, which is always nice. He's got 5 stage 3s at round 18. But now, ultimately, he needs to try his best to stockpile mastery points, or he is in trouble. But he doesn't really have that much opportunity to because he's on 1 HP. A bigger tank, especially one of nature, like a Heady, is pretty good here. Crunk goes a long way, I think. He actually gets Aegis from that. No, he doesn't. No, I think Crunk is Wildfire. Yeah, positioning them very differently to before to make sure the rogues don't take out his shock alluvials too soon. Also, he put the meteor on his third shock because increased survivability for that alluvial is pretty important too. I don't know if he's necessarily gone for top 4 here, but he knows he can survive a long time from here. Through the mid game up until the late game. Until his tier 1 alluvials fall off a little bit. Great Arcalion heal. That Malura is devastating. Never underestimate that thing. It looks like Fox is going down this round. We'll go back to Zerhan. He's got... Is that Berserker on the Phosphorus? And the energy and physical resistance piercing? That's my favorite augment. So underrated. Singe is up now too. Damn, Zerhan's in a good position to come first for a second time in a row. The comp is shaping up well. He needs the Scoriox to get Magma, but still. He's pretty close to getting Null. Not doesn't like do huge amazing things, but at the same time, getting Colossus and then maybe getting Goliath would be pretty powerful. He's also very close to Rip Lance to get 3 Berserker, which is pretty much the main focus of him right now, and decent econ at the moment too. Phosphorus is alive on 1 HP. That's so funny. I don't think Phosphorus dying would have changed the outcome there, but still very funny to look at. Boom, Null's coming online. The Ranger has the Arcanite weapon. Hard to say if he's got Arcanite up. I would assume so. Arcanite Berserker Phosphorus Firiox is very terrifying. Max trade, big rogue comp. With the boomerang. Interesting choice for a rogue comp. He's got the Firiox at the back. Quite possibly has Arcanite up. Lots of fire, probably 7 fire. Oh, Null going down quick. Riptorus too. Oh my god, what is doing all the damage? It's just brute force.
Shall not be defeated.
Mostly Firiox.
Bada bing, bada bang.
Just like the whole team is doing a lot of damage collectively. Whereas Zohan has like 1 or 2 major DPS pieces.
You're too much.
And yeah, that's the way you got to break through something like a Null. You need everything to pitch in. Damn crazy. Boom, 3 Berserkers up. One round too late in a certain sense, but... I don't know if that's intentional, but he's hiding Firiox for next round. They'll be able to see it on the bench, but at the same time, it will be funny to look at. And they won't have any idea where he plans on positioning it. Also, they can't see that he has the Berserker Augment, so that's pretty helpful too. Looks like he just got the Arcanite. He didn't have it before. Whereas I'm pretty sure that guy before did have the Arcanite, so that was probably one of the bigger reasons he won. Between Toxic and everything, that Riplance is not going to care about resistances at all. He's just going to cut through. Not only that, but he has True Sight. That thing is terrifying. Break for Minio Gyro jumping to the back line. Gazatep at the back. He's got Enchanter and Dust online. And Slayer, I believe. No, Slayer might be stage 3 Umbre. Barrock's doing good things, but Gyro jumped onto it. He's going down. He was inflicting clumsy, but it wasn't enough. Riplance, though. Hits so hard. Bariox isn't even the biggest threat anymore. It's all Riplance. I honestly don't know how to feel about adding Sin Elf in, but like, more DPS is always welcome. I really like the healing capabilities of Adore, but... Not Sin Elf, sorry, Elfie. But getting the 2 Scion up is definitely a benefit to his team, a lot more than the Empath that doesn't actually add any synergies to the team. And he also gets an additional water, so he gets a 3 water up now. Overall, a great fit in terms of general synergies. Toxic Verdant with Templar coming from Balance. And I think he has Wildfire as well. I wonder how Wildfire will fare against something like Riplance. Now's tanky, but doesn't feel that tanky anymore. Power Dualox is going down. Riplance makes sure of that. Absolute tank killer right now. They're all burning up from Wildfire, but they've got just enough healing in the Verdant to survive. Oh, sorry, that's the opposing Verdant. But still, Riplance has a lot of natural healing. If he didn't, he would have died to Wildfire ages ago. So, really interesting there. Interesting interaction with the different mechanics. I just get so hyper-focused. I just watch them move all the different pieces around the board. I think, why are they doing things? There's a lot of rogues there, so he has to make sure to protect everything, especially Riplance. He had trouble with that Malura previously. As a Monarch, not a Monarch, sorry, Ramfight. I don't see an Artes. Null soaking up a lot of damage. Rampfight going to eliminate it, but Scoriox was kept safe. Oh my god. The Umbre just took them all out with one final attack. Oh, because he got Indomitable 150% attack boost from the Augment as he dropped too low. And then he just went untargetable and shredded them. Great combo of Augment on Umbre. I love that. Sin Elf's overstayed is welcome, I suppose. Adora's maybe a better fit. Does he even have any rogues for Caradulo? I wonder what the Caradulo is going to do from here. It had Verdant, but the Ranger's going to go down. Riplance is going to go down real early here. The opposing Riplance is doing work. Scoriox going down to the Nala Megas and the Blazer Knight. Quite possibly in the worst position it could have been in, unfortunately. Boom, and Balance is going to take out Zohan. We're up to the final two now. Balance and Nefer. Nefer on lower HP. Balance with a pretty cool Wildfire, Templar, Berserker, soon to be Colossus composition. That's about to get themselves a forest too. Crazy. Is this going to be the last round, or is there going to be a few more after this? Heavy into rogues with that crazy augment on the Umbre here. I don't know how he's going to take this out. Do you try and take out the rogues first or second? The ramp fight's a problem because even if you take out Umbre, if you've got all your fighters in that spot at the back and ramp fighter megas them all, you're going to be in a bit of trouble. And the Blazer Knight's pretty core piece. It does a lot of damage, has the wildfire benefits and Templar. It's got literally every composite he has on the board except for nature and toxic, except for toxic and verdant. This wildfire is basically utilizing, so you need to keep it in the game as long as you can. I think the plan here is that the fighters hopefully avoid the first ramp fighter mega. He's probably not going to get a ramp fire, thankfully for Balance. But I don't know if that's going to protect Blazer Knight. Looks like it did. Caraduloc's taken the heat, got Thorns and Life Storm. Should survive a little bit longer than normal. But it's taking insane amounts of damage. Umbre is making sure of that. It's still alive. Oh! Blazer Knight goes down to the Ramfire. Oh, and Nefer cleans it up. Yeah, that ramp fight Omega just did so much and dismantled Balance's team. He almost needs to split his team into two core groups. A squad and B squad. And maybe a distraction off the side. But the other rogues just take out Illuvium so fast that you can't just have one unit as a distraction. It'll die long before the ramp fight casts. I don't know what he's looking for. Looks like he's looking for probably Null more than anything. He would get Colossus off Null, which would be helpful. He's very close to Arcalion. I would give him Verdant. I could see the value there. He might already have Verdant from the weapon. No, he does. He would get 3 Verdant, which would be pretty good. But really, the Null's a big, big component here. I'm surprised he left the positioning the same. Ramp fights on the Twine this time. Don't know if that's better or worse than Karadulox. Ramp fight did so much damage. Blazer Knight's alive for now. He's in a double Verdant box. He's going to go down. Riplance went down earlier. Karadulox as last man standing is doing pretty well here. Don't sleep on this thing. That Umbra is about to kill everything. Boom. That Umbra gets the low health with that Indomitable item. And then Omegas and just one-shots. It's absolutely mental. I don't know how you can even target it because it keeps going untargetable. Now, he has to sell the Arcos to get the Null. He doesn't have enough HP for another round. He has to go for it. He needs to keep that Riplance alive for longer. He's got 2 of the heal on Omega Augments. 2 of the best use cases for it. I just can't help but feel like he could be keeping Blazer Knight in a corner somewhere in the front. I swear to God, I'm muted. I am muted. I swear to God. It's really funny. Like, I'm not that bad at understanding the position of the game, but when it comes down to actually playing it, I'm not fast enough to really like think about this stuff. It's a much easier when I'm just a spectator here. Malura, I think he got knocked out of its Omega. Blazer Knight surviving way longer this time. The wildfire's all over the shop. Karadulox did not take much, even though I think it took on the ramp fight. Oh, it's a lot of damage. Is it enough to kill? Oh my God, he's actually taken him out. That's actually insane. That was really close game. Right now, we have Zerhan and Balance both on points entering check status. If either of them wins this next game, they take the finals. The other players that are really hot in contention right now are we've got Furies and Nefer on 10. We've got Slicks on 9 points. Fox Spirit on 6, Texan on 6, and Max Trade on 3 right now. So Fury and Nefer just need a 7th or better to enter check next round. Slicks needs 6th or better. And then Fox Spirit needs, 6 points. So they need to come 3rd, 2nd, or 1st, same as Texan. Max Trade wouldn't even enter check on 1st, but does really need to compete here, and he would probably need to get 1st next round. All right, they're going to take a quick break as they go grab something to drink and things like that. Who won that round? Balance. Nefa played really well. I'd love to watch Nefa. I'm going to get some more water.
Good at something, never do it for free. Good at something, never do it for free.
So the main takeaway here is if Zohan or Balance win this game, they will take the Illuvium Inferno 15 total grand prize, which I believe 500. Don't quote me on that. That's a lot of Volante.
If you're good at something, never do it for free.
All right, double Grocko in as well. He's got 2 air, 2 fire, 2 rogue bulwark and fighter as well. But the Grokkos are not enough, despite this one being hyper. Interesting heat here. A lot of empaths are coming out. I wonder if Mystic is what players start to strategize for this round. I'd love to see Mystic. I haven't seen it yet this competition. Quite curious to see both the Scions get completely split up here. I don't quite understand it personally. I'm not good enough to understand the big brain of Nefer here, but I definitely would have swapped them around. I want to avoid your Flish dying to the Flish rather than Tatapi. Flish doing way more damage than I expected. The 2 Earth on a Doka is really helpful here too, and I believe it actually disarmed when it hits something with its Omega. But they might have removed that. I can't remember.
Good at something, never do it bad.
Joker doing the Lord's work. You love to see it. Nefer only needs to come 7th here to get to check for next round. Right now, it's not looking like the game's going to end for Zohan or Balance, but you never know. They've come back from worse positions, and we're only at the start of this round. When they start to drop below like 20, 30 HP before everyone else, that's when you start to worry about people and if they're going to be able to come back. But at the moment, it's anyone's game. It really is. No one's on a full win streak. It's going to be one of the most even games I think we see today. So I'm looking forward to it. Ooh, Greater Rapon is great. Great Alluvial. 2 win streak going into creep round is always good.
Something, never do it bad.
Really boxing in the back Scions here. And he's still got a fire fighter sword on the Ranger. Not particularly practical with this current team. But the two fighter on his stage 2 Doka is helpful, but yeah. Doka's being targeted quite a bit and still really hanging on pretty well. Ranger's about to take out T-Ruo. Doka takes out the Ranger. Revo causing some havoc. Getting one big last Omega off. But the Apon about to stun the whole enemy team. Boom, big stun. Caterpie finishing off. Nope, Atlas is going down now. Both teams' DPS is pretty much down except for Fleesh, which is going to clean up this round. Nefer on top now. I need like an Augments cheat sheet, honestly. If anyone wants to make me an Augments cheat sheet, please. Like, I know them all in a general sense, but I don't know them off by heart well enough to recognize them from their images. For about half of them. Probably more. I'm probably being generous to myself. Big Flish Beam there. Great shields coming from the Ranger. Fern doing good damage. You don't want to be the last man standing with that Caterpie casts. All 3 beams going to one Illuvium. Absolutely crazy. The Grocko at the front cannot take on these empaths. They're all attacking so fast for some reason. I think it's the Ranger weapon. His attack speed. We're all healing each other. The Apon's alive. Flish Beam's coming out though. It's not enough. The Caterpie too. They're hyper, but it's not enough damage. Oh, he gets one. Oh, he didn't even get one more on the overtime. Unbelievable. Texan needs to come first or second to qualify. He's actually on 5 points. He's playing it hard. Max Trade needs to do really well this game. He can't get into check, but he needs to perform well and then probably come first next round. And then the round after to win. But getting more points will hopefully get him in the winner's circle either way. So he definitely needs to play well. He goes up a team that doesn't heal itself, he does pretty well. It's a really funny rock, paper, scissors. Like, full empath Healy team beats anything without heavy DPS. But anything with like 5 fighters and stuff destroys like a full empath team. It does decently well against like Scions. Empaths beat Scions to a certain extent, and then fighters beat empaths, and then Scions beat fighters. And they all want bulwarks in them. And rogues are kind of like fighters, but they're more just counter Scions and counter empaths in a more general sense. Zerhan dropping below 25 HP. Ooh, we've got an Artes online from Fury. Revo as well. Greater Apon in the back corner. Looks like he's going for Mystic. I think he probably has Mystic. It would be applied to Revo, who has the Blood Hunter. We don't know if it's a stage 2 weapon. There's no way of knowing unless... yeah, there's no way of knowing because it's not treated in the UI. He could have it. I don't know if it's enough. Half of the Mystic might go to Apon and or Artes, and half it might go to Revo. I don't know how it would play out. He does not have enough damage. I mean Fury. Oh! The squiz! Never sleep on the round 14 squiz. That's what you want. Burn about to clean. There we go. Never on an absolute tear today. Balance doing well. Fury's dropping down to 7. Zerhan on 11. Went a little bit crazy at the end here. Fury just needs 1 point, so if he comes last, he still enters check. I mean, what are the chances he did this intentionally? Quite low, but still pretty interesting. I don't know if there'd be any strategic benefit to doing that. Probably not. Oof. I could see strategic benefit to Furies to, like, if he comes up against Max Trade, to try and help him increase his win streak, or like Texan and stuff, but not to just losing in general. I guess if you did do that and did it often enough, you'd be lose streaking and win streaking on and off that you'd probably just lose the game anyways. So not very practical. Revo doesn't look like Dust is up. Double Revo. Going for Enchanter, but having no luck getting Winks for balance here. Although, doing pretty well for someone who hasn't been able to get a key piece. Dominio's on, though. He's got Mammoth. Or Matu. I don't know which one's which in the stage 2-3. I love Verminio. A little underrated. I think people respect it when they see it, but it's a lot stronger than some people realize. Especially if you get a Mega Power on it. Oh, Tatapi going to clean up. I think Balance is in a good position. He's got a good team. The problem with Nephis' team is going to fall off a little bit if he doesn't really like enhance it. Great mid-game strength with the heavy Empat, well, with the Apon and stuff, but without getting Mystic, I don't know how much value Apon has. Flish probably needs to get rid of later. His Ranger doesn't have a proper weapon. It's strong now, but he'll need to upgrade it soon. Does have 50 Mastery though, so good econ. He's got a stage 1 Grocko. Slicks, that's where all the Winks went. He has 2 Quinks. Slicks and Balance are competing for the same team here. Slicks is missing a Mammoth. Also, he's got the Gyro, making it much harder for Balance to get it. The competition is going to make both of their lives a lot harder. He did get a Kukaraf. Balance doesn't need to get a Kukaraf. Would have been nice, though. Gyro's not doing shit. I think he's attacking Axon. He's going to switch targets now. Out there, damage is coming out now. If he can get Gazatep, he'll get Enchanter online. That'd be pretty scary. Balance losing another one. Zerhan seems to be on a bit of a win streak. Furies is going to go down, but he's still entering check. Nefer absolutely killing it right now. He's got the Octius now. Oh, the gyro doing work. Oh, throwing. I love it when you like throw their tank back into the back line. Because now you can get them all together for like gyro omegas and stuff. It's so funny. Boom! Gyro's taking a big hit. Balance still in it. 15 HP, but he's fighting on. He's holding on. Based on the scoreboard, it's seeming unlikely that the game's going to end in round 3, but anything could happen. As I said, Nefer's comp is going to start to fall off now. Octius is a good addition. But I'm still not sure how the Apon is helping from this point. And the Ranger still doesn't have a proper weapon. I think that's just a basic stuff. The additional water, he does not need it anymore. I just don't get it. Great tank frontline though. Max Trade, hard empath team. He's also got a Quinks, making Balance's life harder. He's got a Flood on the bench. He's almost got a Geyser. No Axolotl at the front though. Maybe Max Trade isn't just winning every battle, but he's dying the slowest because he has so much heals. Quinks is probably going to charm Octius, but Octius goes first. Octius running around the back. Quite funny. It can't die! Ooh, Max taking a lot of damage on that one. Still at the top of the leaderboard. Texan taking damage too. Balance and Zohead knocked down in the same round. It's anyone's game now. We're going to game 4. Fox Spirit needs to come 3rd or better, I believe. Yes? Fox Spirit needs to come 3rd and Texan needs 2nd or better. I think the rest are good here. Ooh, I love Fox's team. Acalion, Rip Lance, Exalted Monkier. That thing is monstrous. Oh, Riplance managing to get on the back line. It's got one of my favorite augments. It's got the one that gives you huge max health and percentage max health damage. And he's given it Templar. I think it's shredding resistances and distributing it to its team. And since it's Berserker, it'll attack really fast, so Templar benefits so much. Fox is going to be hard to beat. I expect Fox to come first here. Which would be good for points, help it get top 4 in the winner's circle. Max Trade doing well. If you're only just tuned in the stream, please like. I really appreciate it. Subscribe or follow if you haven't already. And leave a comment down below if you have a favorite Illuvium, if you think a certain player is going to win. Maybe we should take side bets at some point. That'd be pretty funny. I'm not allowed, but maybe one day. It's got a lot of econ for Nefer. Got some fireys in, getting some ferns. Finally gets in elf. Could go for a Fisto. Singe over Axon. Makes perfect sense. I love how on it he is with organizing. My bench is normally an absolute mess. What about you guys? How's it going, Surf? We're in game 3 of the grand final. It's not going to end on game 3. We're going to game 4. I really want to see Nefer get an Fisto. It's going to be a struggle, but it's possible. Ah, never mind. He didn't have faith. Whoa, Scoriox on the board. Explains a lot of damage. Scion Lynx. Surprised not many people went for that. Blazer Knight comes in. One heady down. Blight over Caradulo. Makes sense. He gets the Granite now. Big help for Scion teams. Surprised Goliath's not right at the front. He's not really been... Oh, he's got a lot of rogues. He's going to make the most of Granite, I think, which is good. He'd definitely be pretty keen on getting Wildfire. Again, the Ranger has a pretty basic weapon here. He's got the Arcanite weapon in the inventory. He's just waiting for that third firing. Blix has Enchanter up. Quite possibly Tempest. Oh, the Gyro's going to go down though. Laser Knight doing good work. Big Omega to come out, blocking out Quinks, or Gazatep, sorry. He's getting thrown about, but he's too tanky.
Good at something never do
Crazy comp. People forget there's a game of endurance. This is the 6th battle all these players have played today. Your mind starts to wander. It starts to get harder and harder as you do that. He could sell Heady for it. Or he could sell something on the board. He would need to swap it anyways. What? I don't get it. Why sell Octius? Why not sell Apon? What is Apon doing here? It's giving you 3 Earth and 2 Empath. And its stun is not really reaching people beyond all your tanks. Oh, it's giving you the damage amplification? Is it really that notable that you would want the damage amplification for the Scoriox? Surely it's not better than an Octius Omega. It didn't even reach Scoriox. It is going to slow down the approach after the tanks go down, though. Oh, no it's not. It's going to die in 1 hit. Oh, the big stuns from Fernite. You're gonna suffer from that. All right. Texans team, full Magma, Arcanite, Scion, Fire, Lynx. Oh my god, he's got 7 fire, surely. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, 7 fire. Double Flood in the corners is, like... Tell me you've got a lot of economy without telling me, right? Like, crazy. Rampfight's gonna go down. Riplant's doing well, but it's down now. Scoriox gonna clean house. Boom! Fox goes down. Texan coming in first on that game. Everyone's in check except Max Trade, who is on 6 points. So not too bad. Had a pretty good game. Just fell off a little bit at the end there. We're about to enter game 4. Sold Octius. Yeah, so I'm not crazy. I don't know, man. I don't know. But for sure you sell the Apon. Is the empath on the Blazer Knight that important? You know, I don't get it. Who are we missing? Fox Balance, Flex Fury, Texan. So Max Trade. Texan. So, yep. Never. Yes. Now, the unit on the bench didn't matter, Quants. He had to swap into the board anyways and put something on the bench and put something else on the board. So you had no choice. And it was like the last round. So whatever you're going to take off the board, you might as well sell it. Maybe you can re-roll for a weapon or something. I don't know. Or armor. So you definitely sell something on the board. But yeah, I don't know why you sold Octius. Throw me for a loop. All right. Looks like we're good to go. Crazy points tally, though. Furies is on 17 points. Balance is on 16. Zerhan on 15. Slicks and Nefer on 14. Fox on 13. Texan on 13. And Max Trade on 6. But, like, yeah, everyone's in check except Max Trade. Max Trade wins, we go to game 5. If not, then, well, the game ends, obviously. All I know is I'm glad I went to the gym yesterday, not today, because I don't think I would have had time today. I love Fire Grocko. Grabbing the monkey off rip. Can't get the Flame Warden staff without sacking an extra mastery point, so it would essentially cost him 2 mastery to get the Flame Warden staff this round. He thinks it's worth it. It's a good weapon. I can definitely understand that. He's got no Apons yet, but it's good. It's good. No one's denying that. Double stage 2 Grok, my favorite opener. And the level 1 Flish. Texan picking up a great augment for later in the game. The grants immunity and healing whenever they cast a Mega. One of my favorite augments, works so good on Riplance, Phosphorus in particular, because they cast really fast. But works great on a lot of different things. Rye as well. I love putting it on Rye. So definitely a temporary situation for Texan, but he's looking good. Another big Grocko. Triple Grocko on the board, 3 Bulwark. Gotta respect it. Balance has been even unluckier. Although, I'd say empaths kind of stop our Bulwarks pretty well. But he's really dragged them out, so it's going to be a bit hard. Love the map move at the front. Big Flish beams. Balance's Flish is stage 2. Absolutely creamed one of his Illuvials. Empaths are healing each other. Let's see how quickly they can take out the Earth Atippo. Nope, good healing. Nope, gets taken down. Flish beam takes another life. I don't think he has enough damage to break this. Grokos are fun to look at, but they're not exactly super strong. Gonna take out one with the Flish beam. Oh, Texan actually wins on overtime, which surprises me. I thought Balance would win overtime, but only just. He gets a Ray. Again, really great for that augment he has. Got harder to fire, I think. I think he's gone fired pretty much every game. Consistency is fine. People kind of know what works really well, and then you're going to stick to that to a certain extent. It only becomes a problem when 3 or 4 players do that at the same time. That's all. He's got 5 fire. Damn, I didn't even notice that. He's got 5 fire now. Rye's not even on the board. Ace doing some decent damage. Oh, Ranger's alive. But that Flish is going to hit it again eventually. Then it's not going to go well. Ah, he doesn't have enough damage left. Did not quite have enough. Loving these Grokkos. Still got the 5 fire. I don't think it's a stage 2 staff. If anyone saw that it upgraded, let me know. Hasn't had the best luck with the shop lately, though. Definitely playing for that. Definitely going to play that econ game a bit. He's doing okay. Nef's team is crazy. It's just so much healing. It's so funny. Texan at the bottom right now, having a bit of trouble. Max Trade doing pretty well. Again, if he wins, then we go to game 5. I know it's like 1 or 2 a.m. for a lot of the players here, so I don't think they want to go to game 5. Oh my god. He's getting the second Flame Warden staff by the looks of it. A lot of players are getting fiery and not him. He's probably a bit jealous. There, boom, he gets 7 fire on the board. Oh, he's got Templar. I didn't even notice that. Templar on the Chukul. I like it. The Tree Kangaroo is going to jump into the back line. Fury's also going hard fire. Both the people at the bottom of the leaderboard, they're going to screw each other up pretty heavily now. You can see Fury's bench, you can't even get the Riley. Like, it might actually be worth for Fury's to like hard pivot to something else. Tucson, Rogue Templar. I like it. Fernite would definitely be on his mind right now. Getting 3 Templar would be pretty beneficial. Ooh, just so much damage. So hard to stop 7 fire, especially on that ramp for your Mega. So much damage. It's so interesting that fire boosts every aspect, which is surprisingly unique to Illuvium. For example, most things like augments and stuff only boost either resistance or energy resistance, or they boost Omega power, attack speed, and things like that. Where most things are boosting either damage or Omega power. And so your Omegas get stronger or your regular attacks get stronger. But fire is unique in that way, where it boosts both your Omega damage and your regular damage. And so who benefits the most from this is like your Monarch. It's got a big Omega and it does plenty damage with its autos. Your Scoriox, obviously, where it's does a lot of damage with its autos. It just splash damage and things like that. and has... Oh, actually, it doesn't benefit that much, but Ramfire is a really big one. Where it's a rogue, so it dishes out heaps of damage regularly, but it has one of the strongest one-shot Omegas in the game, and so it boosts that as well. And so Ramfire really wants to be in that 9 fire comp to maximize its potential. And then you want to boost it to Mega Power. I don't know how it stacks. I don't know if you have like 200% of Mega Power, and so you double your Mega damage, and then 50% on top of that from Fire, or if it adds the 50% and 200% together and then applies it, because that would give you a very different number, kind of like compounding interest type way. I think it applies it consecutively, and so I think you're actually getting a bigger bonus from a Mega Power with the Fire synergy, but I'm probably wrong. I could be wrong. Oh, that Caudillo took a while, but he was backed in the corner, so not many things can hit him. Ram fight on round 13 is crazy. I don't know if this is like super lucky or just kind of like level 6. The odds for a tier 5 are 5%. To get 3 of them and 3 of the same one is low, and he hasn't even rolled that much. I'm going to chalk this up to insane RNG luck. What he needs to do now is leverage that luck to maximize his economy. Like, nothing can compare to that Ram fight right now for the next 5 or so rounds. Is basically guaranteed wins. So I'm honestly shocked he's rolling down. Maybe he thinks he has to get these pieces first, even though Furies is probably going to die, and then he's going to get them all anyways. But, like... Yeah, he had the chance to get like an insane economy and hit level 9 pretty easily. This isn't how I would have played it, but yeah, it's interesting. He also can't get he can't get a second Flish. He really should be swapping his Fiery for Flish. I think he has the stage 2 Boomerang. He just needs to get Scoriox. If he focused on his economy, he had Ramfire and Monarch easy. Now it's going to be a lot harder. Still 3 Grokkos on the board. Between Fiery and Grokko, he could have got 9 fire too. I don't know why he rolled down so hard. I don't get it. Maybe I'm crazy. Fernite's nice. 3 Templar. Giving up 3 Scion in favor of 1 Bulwark. I don't quite get it, but it's good to have a tank on the board. He's got so much raw damage. Damage on his team is crazy. And 3 Templar. 120% extra damage every 3 attacks. How have you not given that to Scoriox? We don't even know how that interacts with Scoriox's Omega. Because it steals resistance to every 3 attacks, but Scoriox is the only Illuvium with splash damage attacks. Texan could take this. He's in a good position here. Well, as good as you can be. I think Fire's so threatening because it loses 2x to Earth and 1x to Water. And Earth, although it's a good synergy, it's not one of the synergies you just like build up. You don't go like... You have your Goliath and your TNT half the time, right? Because they have Granite. But you don't go, oh, I need all 3 monkeys. I need... what other Earth alluvials are there? I need Malura. A lot of those alluvials don't really synergize well together as far as their actual kit goes. And so you don't tend to build up like 7 Earth. It just doesn't have enough of anything. It has a lot of tank, but you need DPS as well. Your only real DPS is Bunkier, and that just fits so much better in your like your Berserker and your Fighter Cops. I don't know if I'm making sense. I hope I'm making sense. Alright, I need to quickly use the bathroom. Furies' team does not look as clean. He didn't get lucky enough to get a ramp fight, I'll tell you that much. Texan's looking pretty scary. I think a lot of players are probably like, okay, I need to get a water team up. I need to get some earth alluvials. I think Granite would do a lot of work against this. It'd be pretty effective, and then the Goliath would go hyper pretty much straight away. And so it'd be even harder to kill him after the Granite ends. I can see that being scary. Ooh, Farias going down a Chukul. Gets blinded. Had True Sight though. Oh my god. He's taking him out. I don't know what I was looking at there, but I think positioning had a large role in it. Unfortunately, that was a really bad loss for Texan because to get all the pieces he wants, he needs to eliminate Fury.
Back to nothing. Bada bing, bada bye. I shall not be defeated.
Actually wild. They're not going to take a flish beam, but I think he's okay with that. Heavy water here. They're going to get a lot of hyper off rip. I don't know how impactful that's going to be. Like, fire just has so much damage that I don't think it matters that much. But he does have the damage augment, the max health augment. Now it's on Fiery. As a Fiery Ox would be a lot more threatening, but pretty cool still. Take out Adorido straight away. Fires so much damage. Gone. Axon went hyper. Was enough to slow down the ram fight. Ardace went down. Fiery, is it doing enough damage? Not quite. But Fox Spirit's going to do good things soon. Still a solid team. Texan finally got his economy up again. Love to see it. Max Trade is currently coming 8th. And it looks like the game's going to end on round 4. I've never seen anyone give it that augment before. Okay, well, I guess the healing... He's not casting super often, but the healing's still meaningful even with a few casts of the Omega, so... I can definitely see that, and going immune is obviously helpful, especially against something like a Twine, or anything with a Charm. Okay. And Octius is such a threat. It goes after the things with the lowest HP or resistances. It might be resistances. And I suspect that Firiox might be on the chopping block for that. Yep. He's taking full hits from Octius. Octius might kill it next to Mega, because it'll double. One. Nope, didn't get to kill it. Hitting Fernite as well. It's going down, though. Going down to that, the Twine Omega. Octius didn't get any doubles, and they still managed to win. Balance playing against Max Trade right now. And Max Trade is out. That means this is the final game. Whoever wins this will win the tournament. I still can't believe Templar is on Shukul. 150% damage every 3 attacks. It's on Shukul. I don't get it. I don't get it, guys. What am I missing? Does he have really high attack speed? Oh, Ramfire's going down to the Scoriox. Texan's Scoriox has finally got a good target. Might be too late though. The healing was meaningful. Definitely a good play there. That's Sinelf. Great augments on it. Gets the refund for the Omega. To help her take things down. Gone for the Blazer Knight. Wildfire would be a great addition to this team. Got 60 mastery now. 23 HP. He's probably got 2 losses in him. Especially since his team's pretty strong. Do you wait? I guess you don't really have time to roll down over 2 rounds. So you might as well just go deep into it now. More or less. I feel like does he get... He gets 3 Scion off the Matmu. It's getting close to double Wildfire. Gets a big stage 2 Rage Mantle. And his Ranger way scarier. The Artes cross paths. Scoriox dying to the Artes, the stupid moth. Oh, big Omega from Blazer Knight. And again. So much damage. See, all that HP there, like if you stacked it up and was like, it's 1,000 HP total, that is Wildfire damage right there. If he gets it up, I think he can take these. But he kind of has to get it up this round. He's got a lot of stuff to sell though, so he's got room for error, and he just needs 1 heady. After that, he kind of needs Singe. I think Singe is helpful. He still has the Grocco, so he needs Singe. Here we go. Wildfire's up. Surprised he didn't roll down. Big ram fight jumping into the very back line here. He's got to make sure that thing doesn't cast. Oh, it's going up. Holy Blazer Knight goes down. Oh, so much damage in it, guys. So much damage. Big stun from Apom, but the overload is too much for him. Big null from Fury. Love seeing the stage 3s come up more. We didn't used to see them as much in previous iterations of the game, but now they're a lot more frequent. It makes the game a lot more interesting. Oh, so much damage. Neff is actually going to go down off that. That is surprising.
What the fuck is so funny about me?
Oh, the game ended? Sehen went down as well. And Furies takes the crown. We had a 3-way tie on points. The fuck? We had a 3-way tie on points, guys. It's going to all go based on game 4. So I'm going to make a whole new spreadsheet thing. And if anyone wants to come up for a winner's circle thing, I really, we could have a small chat about your performance in the game and stuff like that, Furies, and how you think you went, any tips and things like that. I'll send you a DM with the link either way, and then you can decide. But I'll just figure out the final scores now. Your hardest 200 a minute. Fury played an incredible game today. He did absolutely so well. It was such, those final battles were absolutely insane. We love to see it. And yeah, big congrats to Fury for sure. I'm going to figure out who won this last thing. I know you're in the thing. I will add you to the screen in just a moment, Furies. Camera up and everything. Love to see it. Welcome to the stream, mate. Furies, congrats. Is this your first win in an Illuvium grassroots tournament?
Thanks, man. Yes, this is my first thing.
I haven't been
Illuvium.
keeping up that much. How have you done with some of the past matches and things like that in the tournaments?
So I just decided to do what is coming to me. So I did. I think I did fighter 2 times and got I think second place and first place on the semis. And at this game, I was thinking I wasn't made it because I wouldn't made it because I just decided to do water or fire. So it's just a mono elements comp. So that was crazy, man. I'm really nervous. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I'm not Native American. So
you did so well. Am I right? At the very start of the game, did you start off with a fire comp? That last game?
So the fires are coming to me on the bench on the shop, but I was thinking on the water, so I just keep on fire after so many fires came to me.
You played an incredible game at the end there. Congratulations on your first place.
Thanks,
place ending. I just want to ask you 2 questions.
Okay.
Firstly, do you have any tips that you would give to someone who's new or still experienced in the Illuvium Gauntlet? If there's one thing that they should think about when they play the game, what would you say?
So take a look at the tier zeros and the links who you can do in the game. This makes a bit change mainly on our early game.
Do you really think it
helps to do the comp? So I was thinking on water because the links was bulwark, so I could do a tanky water comp.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I've never really thought about that before. That's really good. I'll definitely give that more thought because even if you don't get the stage 3 links, the stage 2 is good in the early game. Yeah, so
yes.
It's definitely worth it. So the other thing I want to ask is, for people who play ranked Gauntlet, it's a very different experience to a tournament. I think you would agree there. Especially in the grand final, you went to game 4. Is there a lot of endurance that kicks in when you play 4 matches back to back?
Yeah. So at the leaderboards, it's much more easier. You know, you always you can do any comp you want. The thing on this championship, these tournaments, you are not going to do what you want. You need to adapt on your game. And the hard thing is you can take a look at the other's board to decide easily. So this makes more difficult to play. You need to wait to see your opponent comp, and he can just wreck you.
Yeah, it can get really tricky, and since I can see all the different comps, I can kind of get this idea of like, who's going 2 duplicates and having some trouble, or who needs to knock out who and stuff like that. And the dynamics of it get really interesting. All right, is there anything you want me to tell the audience? Is there anywhere they can find you on Twitch or anything like that?
I think everybody can reach me on Twitter. It's Fury Sura.
Fury Sura.
Yeah, and on Discord too. It's Fury Zero on Discord.
All right. Well, if anyone wants to reach him, Fury Sura on Twitch. You can go check him out. Thanks for chatting with me at the end of the tournament. Congratulations on the win. Send me your IMX wallet. I'll tell everyone. Send me your IMX wallet and stuff, and I'll get you sorted with that too. It won't take me too long. But yeah, have a good one, everyone. Enjoy the stream. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you learned something about the matches. I hope you learned something from Fury here. And congrats to everyone who played the game as well. First with Furies, then Nefer, then Zerhen, and then Balance. Congrats, guys. See ya.
Thanks, man.